Part 6. Leitha. Chapter 35. Not a chance, Althalus, Sergeant Callor said bleakly. He's gone.
The sergeant's right, Althalus, Dwea's voice murmured. We've lost Salkan.
Isn't there anything you can do, Em?
No, I'm afraid not.
Althalus swore. My sentiments exactly, Callor said. I really like that boy. I think we all did.
The hate seems to be taking it awfully hard.
He did the right thing, though. Callor nudged the sprawled body of the black-armoured Yakag with his foot. Who was this fellow, anyway?
I'm not completely sure, Sergeant, Althalus admitted. He seems to have been some kind of outsider who only answered to Argan. I don't think Gend had any control over him. There was quite a bit going on that I didn't understand.
We won, though. That's all that really matters. Then Callor frowned. I thought priests weren't supposed to kill people, he added. Isn't that one of the things that aren't permitted?
I'm not all that familiar with church law myself, Althalus replied, but Brother Behaid seems to have gone a little crazy after Yakag killed Salkan.
It happens, Callor said, shrugging. You might want to keep a close eye on him for a while. He's not an Aram, so he hasn't had much training. An Aram doesn't get upset when he has to kill an enemy. A priest from the Low Country, though, well, I'm sure you get my point.
You don't have to beat me over the head with it, Althalus replied. He squinted at Behaid. He doesn't seem to be too awfully upset, though.
That's what I'm talking about, Althalus. He should be. He just lost a very close friend, and then he did something that's absolutely forbidden. That blank expression on his face is making me a bit edgy. I wouldn't let him get close to anything with a sharp point for a while.
He wouldn't do anything like that, Althalus scoffed.
Not if he's in his right mind, probably, but I don't think he is in his right mind at the moment.
I'll watch him, Althalus agreed. Let's get those two bodies out of his sight for right now. Then I think maybe Ilya and I should take Behaid back to the house and turn him over to Emmy.
That might be best, Callor agreed.
It may take a while, my Arya, Lord Dakan said in a weary voice 2 days later when they all gathered in Undine's throne room. We didn't explain very much to the members of the court before that barbaric woman rode into Ostos.
We couldn't really, Dakan,
Undine said from her throne.
The palace was absolutely infested with spies.
Not anymore, Leitha murmured. Unfortunately, that's also contributed to this outbreak of skittishness, Dakan pointed out. I'm sure they were all on the enemy payroll, but throwing footmen and stable-boys into the dungeon, along with high-ranking members of the court, lays a strong odour of arbitrary capriciousness over the whole procedure, and there's no really rational explanation for some of those arrests. Dakan passed a weary hand across his face. I'm sure that Leitha was right in her identifications of those enemy agents, but it's not the sort of thing you'd want to take into any law court, he sighed.
You're exhausted, aren't you, Dakan?
Undine asked sympathetically. I am just a bit worn down, my Arya, he admitted. It's been fairly hectic here lately.
Why don't you go eat and then get some sleep?
There are so many things left to do, he protested.
They'll wait. Get to bed, Dakan.
But she drew herself up on her throne.
Go to your room, now,
she commanded, pointing to the door. Yes, mother, he replied with a faint smile. Then he turned and wearily shuffled from the room.
I love that old man,
Undine murmured fondly. I never would have guessed, Leitha said. Then Iliar and Gehera entered Undine's throne room.
It's all finished up at Poma, Iliar advised them. Twengar ran the enemy forces out of town, and Crater and Dragon rolled right over the top of them.
Where's Callor? Althalus asked.
He's stuck to that window, Gehera replied. I don't think you could drag him away from it with a team of horses.
He wants me to come right back, Iliar added, in case he needs to use the door. I'm supposed to tell you that Twengor is coming here for his money. The sergeant thinks we should probably have a conference after Crater and Dragon finish up at Cadon and Mauer.
That might not be a bad idea, Althalus agreed. "How's Behaid?"
"He's been sleeping quite a lot,"
Geher replied.
"Emmy says that's the best way to calm him down."
"He is going to be all right, isn't he?" Leitha asked in a worried voice.
"He acts a little strange whenever Emmy lets him wake up,"
Geher told her.
"He talks about stuff that I don't quite understand. Emmy lets him go on and on about it while he's eating, and then she puts him back to sleep again. Don't worry, Leitha. Emmy's not going to let him stay strange. She'll fix him, even if she has to take him apart and put him back together again."
Leitha shuddered. "What a gruesome thought."
"You know our Emmy,"
Geher told her. The citizens who had fled at Gelter's approach began to filter back into the city, and life in Ossos had almost returned to normal by the time Chief Twengor, accompanied by Duke Beherdor, reached the main gate. Althalus was a bit surprised to discover that Twengor was still avoiding strong ale.
"Where's Calor?"
the vastly bearded chief asked after he and Althalus had settled accounts. "He's away on business," Althalus replied evasively.
"He certainly moves around a lot."
"He's got a fairly big war on his hands."
"That's what I wanted to talk with him about. He was making loud noises about doing something sort of permanent to Canthon after we've mauled their armies. Since I'll be going in that direction on my way home anyway, I thought that maybe he and I should have a little talk."
"It probably wouldn't hurt. I see you've brought Duke Beherdor with you." Twengor nodded.
"He's a good boy, but he's such an innocent that the merchants in this town were able to bamboozle him about taxes. Now that Poma's in ruins, he'll get to start all over from the ground up. I told him that it might go a little smoother if he issued certain commands from Ossos for a while. If he's going to rebuild Poma, he's going to need money, and that means taxes. Beherdor wants the people of Poma to like him, and if I'd left him there, the merchants would have been all over him like a flock of vultures. He needs to study firm for a while, and this might be the best place for him to get that kind of training."
"You've changed quite a bit, Chief Twengor."
"Now that I'm sober, you mean?"
"That might have something to do with it, yes."
"I was very sorry to hear about that red-headed sheep herder," Twengor said. "It really upset those Wekti boys I had working for me. Did anybody get round to doing anything about it?"
"Brother Behaid took care of it."
"I wasn't talking about a funeral, Althalus."
"Neither was I. Behaid pounded a sword through the man who killed Salkan."
"A priest?" Twengor demanded incredulously. "I thought they weren't supposed to do that."
"I guess Behaid thought it was a special situation."
"I will never understand the lowlanders," Twengor said.
The chill of autumn had stripped the trees of their leaves by the time the invading armies had been driven out of Andine's realm, and the dukes and Aram clan chiefs gathered in Oslos to consider further action.
"What it finally boils down to is the food supply," Duke Nitral observed in the conference room late one gloomy afternoon. "Burning off the wheat fields in central Treboria made good sense when we were being invaded, but now that winter's almost here, I think we're all having second thoughts about it."
"I might have an answer to that," Duke Olkor of Kadan said. "I have quite a few contracts among the grain merchants of Magu. I'm sure they'll nudge their prices up just a bit, but there's plenty of wheat in Perkane."
"We have to feed the peasants first," Andine declared. "I won't let my children starve."
"Your children?" Iliar sounded startled.
"Emmy's been talking to her, Iliar," Geher advised his friend, "and you know how Emmy is about things like that."
"You'll strip the treasury, my Arya," Lord Dakan cautioned.
"That's just too bad. This is an emergency."
"The mother of Treboria hath spoken," Leitha intoned.
"Pay heed unto her, lest she send you all to bed without any supper." "That's not funny, Leitha," Andine snapped.
"I sort of liked it," Geher said, grinning impudently at Andine.
"Things might be a little chaotic in Perkane at the moment," Duke Nitral cautioned Olka. "Most of the invaders to the west of the river Ossos
fled over into Perquain after Crater and Dragon raised the siege at Maor, plus there's some peculiar religious turmoil over there."
"They're arguing about religion?"
Twengor demanded incredulously.
"Isn't that sort of like arguing about the weather?"
"The Perquainis get peculiar every so often," Nithral said, shrugging. "Sitting around listening to wheat grow gives them too much time for idle thought."
"The grain merchants in Magu worship money," Olkar said. "I speak the same language, so we'll get along all right."
"I think this situation all boils down to short rations," Sergeant Callor observed. "I know it's not customary, and it goes against most of what we've been taught, but I think we'd all better saddle up and move on Canthon right now."
"A war in winter time?" Kaleka Ironjaw said dubiously. "That's the wrong time of year, isn't it?"
"It's not going to be much of a war, Kaleka," Twengor told him. "All the mercenaries who were working for the Canthons ran away after Kreuter and Dragon mauled them, and the Ario of Canthon himself turned up mysteriously dead one morning last week. All we really have to do is swing by Canthon on our way back home to Aram and invite them to surrender. I don't think they're going to argue with us, do you?"
"Twengor's got a good point, gentlemen," Chief Albron said. "Let's get out of Treboria as soon as we can." He smiled faintly. "I'm sure the mother of Treboria will miss us terribly, but if we start rummaging around in her pantry, she might get a little grumpy with us." Lady Astorel, who sat at Albron's side, nudged him with her elbow. "Yes," he said, smiling fondly at her.
"Ask my uncle," she said shortly. "Do it now."
"This isn't really the proper time, dear."
"Do it, Albron, before you forget."
"Shouldn't we do that in private?"
"Did you plan to keep it a secret?"
"Well, no, but—"
"Just do it, Albron."
"Yes, dear." Albron cleared his throat. "Chief Crater," he said rather formally.
"Yes, Chief Albron,"
Crater replied. "What can I do for you?" The blonde-bearded Placanda had a faint smile hovering about his lips.
"This is serious, uncle,"
Astorel scolded him.
"Sorry, dear, I take it that you have a request of some kind, Chief Albron."
"I beseech you, mighty chief, to grant me the hand of your niece, Astorel, in marriage," Albron declared.
"What an amazing notion," Crater said. "That idea would never have occurred to me in 1,000 years."
"Will you stop that, uncle?"
Astorel flared.
"Just teasing, child."
Crater grinned broadly at her.
"What's your opinion in this matter? You could do worse, you know. Chief Albron doesn't know very much about horses, but otherwise he's not bad."
"Oh,"
Astorel said with a mischievous little smile.
"I guess he'll do."
"Astorel," Albron objected.
"All right, Astorel," Crater said.
"If this is what you really want, I'll be happy to oblige. Chief Albron, you have my permission to marry my niece. Does that make everybody happy?"
1,000 horses, I think,"
Astorel said thoughtfully.
"I didn't quite follow that, dear," Crater confessed.
"My dowry, uncle. 1,000 horses seems about right to me, along with my wedding dress, of course."
1,000? Crater almost schemed. "Are you out of your mind?"
"You do love me, don't you, uncle? You're not just getting rid of me, are you?"
"Of course I love you, Astorel, but 1,000 horses—"
"It lets everybody in Placand know how much you value me, dear Uncle Crater,"
she said sweetly.
"Did you put her up to this, Albron?" Crater demanded.
"Actually, it's the first I've heard about it." Albron looked at Astorel in total bafflement. "What in the world am I supposed to do with 1,000 horses?" he demanded.
"I don't really care, Albron. The number establishes my value. I'm not some beggar girl at the side of the road."
Albron and Crater exchanged a helpless look.
"Yes, Astorel,"
they both said, almost in perfect unison.
Winter had settled over central Treboria as the royal party rode north out of Ostos, and dirty clouds scudded chill and sombre across the war-ravaged region. They stopped briefly in Mawar, then rounded the lake to the city of Cadon.
"I'll leave you now, my Arya," Duke Olkar said. "I'll negotiate as best I can with the grain merchants in Magu, but I'm certain they'll try to skin me." "I'm afraid that can't be helped, Olkar," she said. "I must have bread for my people."
"I think you both might be overlooking something," Althalus said. "There are granaries in Canton, and there hasn't been a war there yet. When we take the city, the granaries become our property. You might want to mention that when you're negotiating with the bloodsuckers in Magu, Duke Olkar. I wouldn't throw words like emergency or starvation around if I were you. Try contingency or possible spoilage instead."
"You've done this sort of thing yourself, haven't you, Lord Althalus?"
Olkar suggested. "I've pulled off a few fairly elaborate flimflams on occasion, Your Grace, yes," Althalus admitted. "And there's not really much difference between what you do and what I used to do, now, is there?" Olkar suddenly grinned at him.
"That's supposed to be a secret, Lord Althalus," he chided.
"He'll do just fine, Undine," Althalus assured the Arya of Ostos. Then he looked back at Olkar. "You might want to keep the negotiations sort of tenuous, Your Grace," he suggested. "After we take Canton, I'll have a quick look at their granaries, and then I'll join you in Magu. Let's find out where we really stand before we start throwing money away."
"My thought exactly, Lord Althalus,"
Olkar agreed. When they reached the palace of Duke Olkar, they found Captains Gellan and Wendon waiting for them. "It grieves us to report that the chieftains of our mighty clans fell heroically in the recent war," the tall Captain Wendon announced, with no hint whatsoever of a smile. "All of Aram grieves with you, noble captain," Albron intoned.
"Does that more or less cover the formalities?"
Captain Gellan asked. "I'd say so," Twengor advised. "We wouldn't want our grief to overwhelm us, would we?"
"I'm bearing up fairly well," Gellan replied.
"Who's going to replace them?" Koleka Ironjaw demanded abruptly. "That's just a bit murky right now, I'm afraid," Wendan reported. "There's no clear and direct line of succession. Some second cousins and a few nephews is about all."
"Is anybody any good at making speeches?" Koleka asked, looking around at the other clan chiefs.
"Albron's about the best," Leigh suggested. "At least he knows how to read, so maybe he could quote some poetry."
"Am I missing something here?"
Undine asked with a puzzled expression.
"Here in Treboria, succession's determined by bloodline. Consanguinity, I think it's called."
"We're a bit more relaxed in Aram, little mother," Twengor said with a faint smile. "In situations like this one, the other clan chiefs can serve in an advisory capacity. We have to be able to get along with the new chiefs, so our suggestions carry quite a bit of weight." He looked at his fellow chiefs. "Would I be overstepping any rules to suggest Gellan and Wendan as the best candidates?" he asked.
"I think I could live with them," Leigh agreed.
"I thought we'd already made that decision,"
Koleka said. "Are we all agreed, then?" The other chiefs nodded.
"I'll start working on my speech," Albron said. He looked at Captain Wendon. "Just exactly how did Smiegor and Tauri die?" he asked. "Maybe I should work that into my oration." "I wouldn't if I were you," Wendan replied. "It wasn't particularly pleasant. There was fire involved and some long iron skewers." The captain glanced at Undine, Leitha, and Astarel. "I don't think the ladies would want to hear the details," he added.
"Ah, no,"
Albron agreed. "Probably not. I'll gloss over what happened and let it go as heroic."
"That might be best," Captain Gellan agreed.
"Where are your clansmen currently?" Twengor asked. "Up near the frontier," Wendon replied. I doubt the Canthons are going to try anything, but it doesn't hurt to be on the safe side. Good thinking, Twengor said approvingly. Why don't we go on up there and take care of the formalities? Then we can march on Canthon so that we can get the coronation out of the way before we all go home.
Which coronation was that, Chief Twengor?
Andine asked with a puzzled frown. Yours, little mother, he said with a fond smile. I thought it might be sort of nice to crown you Empress of Trevoria right after we've sacked and burned the city of Canthon.
Empress?
Andine's eyes went very wide. It has a nice ring to it, wouldn't you say? Twengor suggested with a sly look.
All hail her Imperial Majesty, Andine of Trevoria, Leitha intoned.
Well now, Andine said, isn't that an interesting idea?
Don't bite your nails, dear, Leitha told her. It makes them look terrible.
Chief Albron's funeral oration was suitably sad and flowery, and it glossed over the character defects of the departed Smeagor and Tauri. Then each clan chief and general of the armies of Aram rose to recommend Gellan and Wendan as interim chiefs until after things settled down a bit.
Interim?
Leitha murmured to Althalus. A few centuries or so, Althalus explained. It's a fairly common sort of thing in Aram. Distant relatives usually don't take offense when a new chief has interim tacked onto his title. It tends to be dropped after a few generations.
Do men ever grow up? She asked.
Not if we can avoid it, no. There were some conferences among the now leaderless clansmen of South Aram, and some heated arguments about terminology. Interim ultimately won out over temporary, and the entire matter was settled with hardly any bloodshed. Then Chief Albron once again rose to address the assembled clans. "Gentlemen," he announced, "our gracious employer has a few thoughts she'd like to share with us." "What's this?" Althalus demanded of Leitha.
"Andine's going to make a speech, Daddy," Leitha replied. "Doesn't that just thrill you all to pieces?"
"Do you have to do that, Leitha?"
"Every now and then, yes. It's one of those things I just can't seem to keep bottled up."
Tiny Andine climbed up into an abandoned farm cart so that the towering men of Aram could see her.
My dear friends,
she said in her soaring voice,
the warriors of the fair mountains of Aram are without peers in the known world, and I am quite overwhelmed by the magnificent victory which you have presented to me. Mine enemies have been crushed, and now we march on Canthon. I had thought to lay waste that city, but your demonstration of sweet reason here today has caused me to reconsider that course. My enemy, the Ario of Canthon, now lies dead. The stones of Canthon did nothing to offend me, and spanking stones wouldn't really accomplish very much, now would it?
They laughed at that.
With all of Aram at my back, I could ride roughshod over Canthon and impose my will upon her citizens. But what would that accomplish, except to arouse eternal enmity? I watched with astonishment this day when the most warlike people on earth bowed to reason and averted a return to the clan wars of antiquity. I am but a foolish girl, but the lesson you have presented this day has impressed itself upon me indelibly. Therefore I go to Canthon not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. We will not burn Canthon, nor will we slaughter the citizens, nor loot the city. Sweet reason shall be our guide, even as it was your guide in your discussions this day. I will follow your example, my brave warriors, braver still in that you choose not to fight this day."
The laughter faded by now, and there was a stony silence as Andine left her impromptu platform. Then Chief Twengor rose. "She's the one who's going to pay us," he announced bluntly. "So we'll all do things her way, won't we? If anybody has any problems with that, come and see me. I'll explain it in detail.
if that's the way you want it."
"Nice speech," Leitha murmured. "Which one?" Althalus asked her. "Take your pick, Daddy dear," she suggested. "If I know Undine, and I do, she wrote both of them. Twengor's epilogue fit onto the end of her speech just a little too neatly to be a pure accident, don't you think?"
Late that evening, Althalus reached out to Dwyer. "We need to talk, Em," he sent his thought to her.
"Problems?" her voice responded.
"I'm starting to lose my grip on Leitha. She's getting more erratic every day. She's trying to hide it, but she's desperately concerned about Behaid. How's he doing?"
"About the same. I've been letting him sleep. Well, forcing him, actually. Every time I bring him back, he starts off again."
"How long has it been there?"
"A month, at least."
"And he still hasn't come around?"
"Not noticeably. He's overwhelmed with guilt, Althalus. He's blaming himself for Sulcan's death, and he's horrified by what he did to Yakag. I'm having trouble getting around his early training."
"He has to be able to function, Em. Perquain's right on the verge of boiling over, and we'll be going there before very long, won't we?"
"Probably, yes."
"The Perquainis are getting involved in a religious controversy, and something like that has Argan written all over it. Behaid's the one who's supposed to deal with Argan, isn't he?"
"Probably so, yes."
"Then he has to get over this, soon. If we lose Behaid, we'll lose Leitha as well. She's the most fragile one in the group, and without Behaid, she'll come apart."
"You're more perceptive than I'd thought, love."
"It's no big thing, Em. I used to make my living by reading people, remember? Give it a few more days, and a loud noise would shatter Leitha like a pane of glass."
"I'm working on it, pet. Behaid may be quite a bit older the next time you see him, but that won't matter as long as he's here. If he needs years to get over this, I'll see to it that he has those years."
The gates of Canthon stood open and unguarded, and the streets were deserted as Undine rode at the head of her escort to the palace. Sergeant Geville ran his hand over his bald head with a regretful sigh.
"We could have picked up a fortune here," he lamented.
"And continued a war we're sick of fighting in the process," Callow reminded him.
"Chief Gwetty isn't going to be too happy when peace breaks out here in Treboria."
"Into each life some rain must fall, Sergeant," Leitha told him solemnly.
"I've noticed that," Gebel replied, "and Gwetty's likely to cloud up and rain all over me when I tell him that the Treborian wars have ended."
Sergeant Callow dispatched several platoons of soldiers to search the palace thoroughly for any hidden pockets of armed men, and to summon any remaining officials to the throne room to confer with the Liberatress.
"Ah, Lord Edru,"
Dakan greeted an elderly official who was standing rather apprehensively off to one side as Imperial Undine entered the throne room with her entourage.
"I see you managed to survive the recent unpleasantness."
"Barely," the old man replied.
"What are you doing here, Dakan? I'd have thought you'd be in your dotage by now."
"You're at least as old as I am, Edru," Dakan reminded him.
"Why on earth did you let Pelgat push this stupid war as far as he did?"
The old Cantonese statesman spread his hands helplessly.
"I lost control of him, Dakan. He wriggled out from under my thumb."
Edru blinked suddenly.
"Is that you, Sergeant Calor?" he asked with some astonishment. "I thought you'd gotten yourself killed in the last war down here."
"I'm fairly hard to kill, Lord Airdrew."
"You've changed sides, I see."
"Better pay, my lord," Calor explained.
"You've not met our divine Arya, have you, Edru?" Dakan said.
Edru looked at Undine. "She's only a child," he observed. "I'd heard that she was 30 feet tall."
"That's her voice, my friend," Dakan said. "Undine herself is quite tiny, but she does manage to make herself heard on occasion."
"Be nice," Undine chided gently.
"Yes, mother," Dakan replied with a slight bow.
"I do wish you'd all stop that,"
Undine complained. "Sorry, Your Majesty," Dakan apologized. "It's Leitha's doing, you know." Then his tone turned formal. "Lord Edru, I have the honor to present my Arya, Her Majesty Undine of Osthos." Edru bowed deeply. "And this, my Arya, is Chamberlain Edru of Canton, who was chief adviser to Aryo Pelgat until that ruler's recent demise."
"You might want to add ignored in there someplace, Dakan," Edru suggested. "Toward the end there, Pelgat refused even to see me. There were some foreigners who'd set up camp here in the throne room, and Pelgat only listened to them."
"We were more or less aware of that," Althalus stepped in. "When you get down to the meat of things, this recent war didn't really involve the cantons at all. It was one of the end results of a very old agreement between me and a man named Gehend."
"Ah," Edru said. "That one. It chilled my blood just being in the same room with him."
Then the Cantonese statesman indicated the throne.
"Would you care to try your new seat, Arya Undine?" he asked politely.
"No, Lord Edru," she replied. "I don't really think so. It is just a bit massive for my tastes, and I haven't really come here to Canton as a conqueror. As Lord Althalus just explained, the real war was the one between him and the man named Gend."
She smiled winsomely.
"In reality, Lord Edru, Canton and Osthos were little more than innocent bystanders. Right now we have more important things to do than sitting around chewing old soup. The major battleground of the recent unpleasantness was central Treboria, and we've pretty much lost this year's wheat crop. We're staring in the face of a long, hungry winter, my lord, and even if it bankrupts both Canton and Osthos, I will not let the people starve."
"We're in total agreement on that issue, Arya Undine."
"Is there some conference room nearby?" Dakan asked. "My feet are starting to hurt, and I rather believe we'll be at this for quite some time, so we might as well be comfortable."
"May I ask a few specialists to sit in, Arya Undine?" Edru asked.
"Certainly, my lord," she replied quickly. "You and Dakan and I could sit around and speculate all day and not really get anywhere. That's why we have experts in the first place, isn't it?"
"You lucky devil," Edru said to Dakan. "Not only is your Arya pleasant to look at, but she's also got her head on straight. You wouldn't believe how unpleasant things were here in Canton after Pelgat ascended the throne. If I could find out exactly who arranged that maniac's death, I'd fall down and lick our benefactor's feet."
Undine lifted one of her tiny feet and looked at it critically.
"They aren't really that clean right now, Lord Edru,"
she told him with a coy little smile.
"Maybe after I bathe, we could talk about that."
Edru blinked, and then he suddenly laughed.
"I should have guessed," he said. "Why don't we find a nice soft chair in a warm room for our cranky old friend here? Then we can talk about assassinations, forms of government, and just how the devil we're going to feed the people of Treboria until next spring."
The conference room to which Chamberlain Edru led them was large and well appointed.
"I could send for some ale," Edru suggested, glancing at the hulking Arams.
"None for me, thanks all the same," Chief Twengor said shortly. "Maybe something to eat, though."
"Aren't you well, Uncle?" Chief Leiwan asked in a startled voice.
"Actually, I am, Leiwan," Twengor replied. "And I plan to stay that way. I'm not sure exactly how Althalus here boiled all the residue of 10 years of heavy drinking out of my blood, but I haven't felt this good since I was a boy, and I'm not going to take any chances with it."
"Would you be offended if I had some?"
Leiwan asked. "It's your belly and your head. If you want to tear them apart, that's up to you."
They all took seats around a long conference table.
"I think we are going to need some precise numbers,"
Althalus opened the discussion. "We'll want a fairly accurate count of how many mouths we'll have to feed, and just how much wheat stored in the granaries of Canton, Osthos, and all the other cities in Traboria. Once we start putting those numbers together, we'll know just how short we are." He looked at Erdru. "Our little mother has already taken some steps to get things rolling," he advised.
"Will you stop that?"
Undine's voice soared.
"I am not anybody's little mother."
"She might spank you," Leitha noted, "but probably not too hard." "Getting back to the point," Althalus said, "Arya Undine has already dispatched a certain Duke Olkar to Magu over in Perquain. Olkar's a merchant himself, and he's acquainted with most of the grain merchants in Magu. Once I know just how much of a shortfall we're facing, I'll run on over to Magu and tell Olkar how many tons of wheat we're going to need. I don't think we'll want to buy this year's entire crop."
"Lord, no," Erdru said. "That'd wipe out every treasury in Traboria."
He looked nervously at Undine.
"Before I make too many more of these imperial announcements, Arya Undine, just exactly what's my status here? Am I a prisoner of war, a captive being held for ransom, a potential slave, or what?"
"We'll invent a title for you, Lord Erdru,"
she replied. "Imperial advisor sounds sort of nice," Leitha suggested. "Our Undine's quite fond of the term Empress of Traboria. Aren't you, dear?"
"Not any more, Leitha," Undine said. "That particular delusion wore off rather quickly. For the time being, let's just say that Canton's a protectorate. It's a suitably vague term that won't hurt too many feelings, and it's only a temporary sort of thing. Let's get through the coming winter and root out all of Gen's underlings before we move on into a more permanent arrangement. The protectorate isn't going to last, of course. It's just something interim until things settle down."
"Which probably won't take more than a couple of centuries," Chief Twengor murmured to his nephew, Laiwan. "Or maybe 3, Laiwan amended. 5 at the most." Chapter 36. "It's not quite as bad as Undine seems to think it is, Althalus told the goddess when he and Eliar stopped briefly in the tower on their way to Magu to speak with Duke Olkor. "Dakan evidently keeps a running inventory in his head every year. When we added the wheat in the granaries of Canton, we are not as short as everyone seems to have believed we were. Would it be all right if I stopped by our private gold mine to help buy what we'll need?"
"Why would you want to do that, pet?" she asked.
"A fair number of Undine's people will starve if I don't, and she'll weep and wail about that for years if somebody doesn't lend her a hand."
"And? What do you mean, and? It's not entirely Undine's concerns that moved you to suggest this, was it, love?"
"The money's right there in that hole, and it isn't doing anything useful. It's not exactly as if it meant anything to me."
"You absolutely refuse to come right out and admit it, don't you, Althalus?"
"Admit what?"
"You're as concerned about the well-being of the ordinary people of Traboria as Undine is. Compassion's not a sin, Althalus. You don't have to be ashamed of it."
"Aren't we getting just a little syrupy here, She threw her hands up in the air.
"I give up," she said. "I was trying to compliment you, you dunce."
"I'd take it as a favor if you didn't noise it around too much, he told her. "I do have a reputation to maintain, after all, and soft-heartedness could ruin people's opinion of me."
"Is Behaid starting to get his senses back at all?" Eliar asked. "It varies," Dwyer replied. "Sometimes he seems almost normal. Then he flies apart again, for no particular reason."
"Where is Behaid, by the way?" Althalus asked.
"He's gone into seclusion, in an empty room. I suppose I could tamper with him, but I'd really rather not do that. If he can work his way through this on his own, it'll be better in the long run. Sooner or later he's going to have to face what happened in Osthos and come to grips with it. If I start smoothing things over for him, his problems might sink below the surface and then pop up again, right in the middle of some emergency. How long is it likely to take for him to get well? Eliar asked. Leitha really misses him, and she can't even feel his thoughts anymore. He's doing that on purpose, Eliar, Dwyer explained. He's going through something that's fairly awful right now, and he doesn't want it to involve her. I've more or less suspended time for him. If all he needs to recover is time, I can give him all he needs. Then she straightened and looked at Althalus. Keep your eyes and ears open when you get to Margoo, love, she instructed. There's something going on in Perquain that's not quite natural. See if you can get some specifics. Duke Nitral said something about religious arguments, Emmy, Eliar recalled. Could that have anything to do with what's got everybody there all stirred up? It's possible. Where are the rest of the children, Althalus? They're going up into Aram with the clan chiefs for the wedding of Albron and Astarel, he replied. That's nice, she said approvingly. Weddings mean a lot to you, don't they, Em? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Alfie? Not too likely, he said. Let's go to Margoo, Eliar. I need about 10,000 tons of wheat, so we better get to buying before the price goes up. It's a manageable number, Althalus, Duke Olkar conceded. If I spread my purchases and delivery times out a bit, I should be able to acquire that much without causing a sudden rise in price. And if I buy in 1,000-ton lots, I should probably even be able to get a discount. You're an even bigger thief than I am, Olkar, Althalus accused the Duke of Cadon. Thank you, Olkar replied with a shrewd smirk. Is there something going on here in Perquain? Althalus asked. Duke Nitral was saying that there's some kind of religious controversy boiling to the surface. I hadn't heard that religion was involved in it, Olkar replied. There's a certain amount of unrest among the peasantry, I'm told, but that crops up every 10 years or so. It's the fault of the property owners when you get right down to it. Perquainis tend to be egomaniacs who spend millions building palaces. The peasants live in hovels, and the differences between your palace and my hovel are very obvious. The notion of comfortable but not showy hasn't occurred to the Perquainis yet. The property owners show off, and the peasants resent it. There's nothing new about that. I'll nose around a bit, Althalus advised him. If there's likely to be an all-out peasant rebellion before long, we'd better buy our wheat and get it across the border before the fires break out. It never goes quite that far, Althalus, Olkar scoffed. Let's not take any chances, Duke Olgar. If we happen to blunder on this one, Arya Undine's going to talk to us about it, and I'm sure we'll hear her, even if she doesn't bother to leave her throne in Ostos. You could be right about that, Olkar agreed. Maybe I'd better go hire a few hundred wagons. I would if I were you. Eliar here can lend you a hand. I think I'll do some snooping around. I want to find out what's really going on here in Perquain. My great-great-grandfather was probably one of the best burglars in the world in those days, Althalus boasted to the other patrons in the seedy tavern near the riverfront. But he was a country boy from up in the mountains, and he'd never seen paper money before. Where he came from, money was round, yellow, and it went clink. He didn't have any idea at all that he had millions right there in his hands, so he just turned around and walked away from it. Tragic, one of the professional men in the tavern observed, shaking his head. Indeed it was, Althalus agreed. According to my father, nobody in our family's done an honest day's work in 10 generations, except for one black sheep great-uncle who was a carpenter, and the incident here in Margoo was the one time in hundreds of years that any of my relatives ever came that close to real money. It's a stain on the family honor, so I come to Perquain to pull off something that'll sponge that stain away. What line do you follow? A nimble-fingered pickpocket asked. Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. I'm fairly ecumenical. I know that most businessmen believe they should stick to one trade, but if the authorities are looking for a daring highwayman and they've got hanging on their minds, it's time for the highwayman to sell his horse and plumed hat and move into some city where he can pick pockets for a while.
That does sort of make sense, a wiry burglar with a long nose agreed. You might have picked a bad time to come to Perquain, though. Things are sort of stirred up just now. That's what somebody was telling me when I first got here. He wasn't altogether sober, though, so I couldn't make much sense out of what he was saying. He kept going on about religion. Does anybody take religion that seriously? Not anybody who's got his head on straight, the burglar agreed. But on down to the south, there seems to be some kind of new order in the priesthood. We've all seen white robes, brown robes, and black robes, but from what I've heard, this new order of priests wears red robes, and they're preaching sermons about social justice, oppressive landowners, and starving peasants. It's all absolute nonsense, of course, but the peasants are lapping it up. But then peasants don't have much in the way of brains, or they wouldn't keep on being peasants, would they? I certainly wouldn't, Althalus agreed. It's probably the same here in Perquain as it is everywhere else. The landowners gouge the peasants, the merchants gouge the landowners, and we gouge the merchants. That's why we stand at the very top of the social ladder. I like his way of thinking, the long-nosed burglar said to the other thieves. If we look at it that way, wouldn't you say that pretty much makes us the true noblemen?
Not in front of strangers, I wouldn't, the pickpocket replied.
Is anything significant likely to come out of this peasant unrest? Althalus asked.
Some fancy houses are probably going to burn down, and a few fat landowners will get their throats cut, the burglar said with a shrug. Then there'll be quite a bit of looting, but the red robes will eventually preach all the loot away from the peasants. Every priest alive believes that about half of all the wealth in the world rightfully belongs to him, so you wouldn't find very many priests in poor countries. This so-called peasant revolt is nothing more than a hoax. The red robes will preach the peasants into a frenzy. The peasants will run around yelling and waving shovels and rakes and stealing everything that isn't nailed down. And then the red robes will cheat the peasants out of everything they've stolen.
Althalus shook his head sadly. Where will it end? He sighed. The long-nosed burglar laughed cynically. The nobility will see which way the wind's blowing, and they'll buy off these new priests, he predicted. Then the sermons will change. Social justice goes out the window at that point, and peace and tranquility becomes all the rage. Getting your fair share gets replaced by getting your reward in heaven. It's the same old swindle it's always been, my friend. Then the priests will quietly point out each other and every leader of the revolt to the authorities as a civic duty, and before long every tree in all of Perquain's going to be decorated with dangling peasants. Revolutions always end that way. You've got a very cynical way of looking at the world, haven't you, my friend? Althalus noted. I've looked deeply into the hearts of my fellow men, the burglar replied eloquently, and to be honest with you, I'd rather look into a cesspool. You just raised an interesting possibility, though, Althalus mused. If we were all to put on green robes, or maybe blue ones, and then went out and told all the peasants that we spoke for some new god, or better yet, a very old god that men had forgotten about, we could pull off exactly the same hoax these red robes have. It appears there's money to be made in religion.
I think I've got just the god you want, the pickpocket said with a broad grin.
Oh?
What about Dwyer?
Althalus nearly choked at that.
She was the goddess of Perquain a few thousand years back, you know, the pickpocket explained, and their temple still stands in the center of Magoo, except that the brown robes have sort of usurped it. If I'm not mistaken, there's still a statue of her back in some dusty corner of the temple. She'd be perfect for your scheme.
The long-nosed burglar laughed delightedly. Then he struck a pose with one hand lifted aloft, as if in benediction. "Gather, O my children," he intoned in a rich oratorical voice, "and lift your voices in prayer and song to divine Dwyer, the once and future goddess of fertile Perquane. Beseech her, O my brethren, to return and cast out the unbelievers, and return our dear Perquane unto the glory of the past." "Amen," the pickpocket said fervently, and then he howled with laughter. Althalus was trembling violently when he left the tavern. "So that's it," Dwyer said, when Althalus told her of what he had learned in the thieves' den. "That's what, dear?" "Gen's crowding the edges just a bit. The priests of Daiva in Nequeros wear scarlet robes." "Then this peasant revolt goes a little deeper than a hoax by a group of opportunists, doesn't it? It's an effort to convert the peasants to the worship of your brother." "It's not impossible, Althalus. Gent hasn't had too much luck with conventional wars. Now he's trying to mix social revolution with religious controversy." "He's cooking up a very strange stew, then." "Indeed he is, love. I'm not sure how he plans to pass Daiva off as the friend of the masses, though. Daiva's even worse than Dewas when you start talking about sheer arrogance. I think we'd better get Albron's wedding out of the way in a hurry, so that we can get back to Magu before all of Perquane catches on fire." Dwyer looked at Eliar. "We'll use the doors to get all the wedding guests to Albron's hall." "I don't think the weather's going to cooperate, Emmy," Eliar said dubiously. "If we made the trip on the ground instead of through the house, it would be the dead of winter before we reach my chief's hall. It might help if you could stir up a blizzard or two." "I'd really rather not. Those glaciers are starting to melt, and I don't want to tamper with that. Tell the others to mention unusual weather and a very mild winter every so often. That should cover our tail feathers." "How's Behaid doing?" Eliar asked. "About the same," she replied. "He's still wallowing in his guilt." "How long does he think he's been here?" "He's not really sure. He's starting to mix real time with house time." "That's a novel term, Em," Althalus noted. "I sort of like it, though. House time. Yes, it gets right to the point, doesn't it?" "I'm glad you approve, pet." "Let's get started, then," Althalus said to Eliar. "The sooner we get your chief married, the sooner we can go back to Perquane and spoke Gen's wheel." He grinned. "That's starting to turn into my favorite hobby," he said. Eliar and Althalus joined the others in the foothills of Aram, and then their resident hero smoothly led them through a door into a corridor in the north wing of the house. "You're getting better and better at that, Eliar," Sergeant Callor observed. "I knew exactly what you were doing, and even then I couldn't tell precisely when we stepped through that door." "Practice, my sergeant," Eliar replied modestly. "If you do something often enough, you're bound to get better at it." "Where are we going to come out, Althalus?" "Just a few miles south of Chief Albron's hall. Emmy wants to get this wedding out of the way so that we can concentrate on that revolution in Perquane. Oh, I almost forgot. We're supposed to act surprised at how mild this winter is. We're coming home about 6 weeks before we possibly could if we had to cover actually the real distance. So it won't be as cold as it should be, and there won't be as much snow piled up as everybody's going to expect." "I'll practice my look of astonishment," Callor said dryly.
"I'd really like to introduce you to her, Undine," Eliar said earnestly to the tiny Arya the next morning at the breakfast table in Albron's hall. "One of these days, before too much longer, she is going to be one of your relations, after all."
"I think you'll like Eliar's mother, Undine," Chief Albron said. "She's a beautiful lady."
"Why doesn't your mother live in the village, Eliar?"
Geher asked curiously. Eliar shrugged.
"My father built the cottage just outside of town, and I don't think the idea of moving's ever occurred to my mother. She says it's where she belongs."
Chief Albron sighed. "It's one of the great tragedies of our clan," he said sadly. "Eliar's father, Agos, was one of the greatest warriors in our history. He and Callor were almost like brothers."
Yes, Calor agreed. We were very close. There was a kind of flatness in the way he said it that seemed strange to Althalus. If I had any kind of literary talent, I could pen an epic romance about the first meeting between Agus and Aelia. That's her name, of course, Chief Albron said.
It's a beautiful name,
Leitha noted in a very sad tone. Indeed it is, Albron agreed, and it's quite clear that Agus was Eliar's father. It was Calor, I think, who introduced them. I happened to be there at the time, and I've never seen anything like it. No sooner had they laid eyes on each other when it became obvious that they were both hopelessly in love. Wasn't it, Calor? Sergeant Calor nodded, not even bothering to speak. We haven't intruded on Aelia, Albron continued. I think she's still in mourning.
Well, not entirely, my chief, Eliar said. She's always glad to see me, and she doesn't send people away when they come by the house. I think I'd like to meet this lady myself, Asterel said. Why don't we all pay her a short visit and invite her to our wedding?
What a splendid idea, Albron said enthusiastically. Eliar, why don't you and Sergeant Calor go tell your mother that we'll be paying her a call? It wouldn't be very polite if we all just showed up unannounced on her doorstep, now would it?
We'll go tell her right now, my chief, Eliar replied enthusiastically.
Sergeant Calor, however, looked just a bit gloomy. Aelia's cottage was a small, neat structure built of carefully squared-off logs, and it had a steeply pitched shake roof. It stood a short distance outside the village that tightly clustered around the walls of Albron's stone fortress, and there was a small garden outside the kitchen door. Eliar's mother was a fairly tall woman in her late 30s. She had chestnut-colored hair, and her eyes were a deep, deep blue.
"She's gorgeous,"
Andine murmured nervously to Leitha. "I noticed that, yes," Leitha replied.
"Do I look all right?"
Andine asked with some slight apprehension. "You'll do just fine, dear," Leitha assured her. "Don't be nervous."
"She is Eliar's mother, Leitha, and I do want her to like me." "Everybody likes you, Andine. You've got tons of adorability leaking out of every pore." "Will you stop teasing me, Leitha?" Andine exclaimed. "Probably not. No, it's my favorite hobby."
"Chief Albron," Aelia greeted the leader of the clan with a formal and very graceful curtsy. "My house is honored by your presence." Her voice was rich and full.
"It is we who are honored, Aelia," Albron replied, bowing.
"And this is my Andine, mother." Eliar introduced the Arya of Osthos. Aelia's smile was rather like the sun coming up. Probably without even thinking, she held out her arms to the tiny girl. Andine ran to her, and they embraced warmly.
"My, aren't you the tiny one?"
Aelia said fondly. "Eliar told me that you weren't very big, but I hadn't expected you to be quite this small."
"Would it help at all if I stood on my tiptoes?"
Andine suggested. "You're just fine the way you are, Andine," Aelia told her. "Don't change a thing. Eliar says you've undertaken the chore of feeding him."
"It's my life's work now,"
Andine replied. "It's a very large chore for one so small."
"I try to stay ahead of him, Aelia. I found that if I always have food in my hand, ready to pop into his mouth, I can keep him from eating the furniture."
They both laughed and looked fondly at the young man.
"I think we need to talk, Althalus," Leitha suggested. "There's something you should know about."
"All right. Is it urgent?"
"Probably not, but let's go talk about it right now, shall we? It won't really take very long, and I don't think we'll be missed for a bit."
"You're being cryptic again," he said as they quietly left the cottage.
"Don't be such an old grouch, Daddy," she chided him.
They crossed Aelia's small garden and entered a grove of towering trees near the river gorge.
"All right, Leitha," Althalus said. "What's bothering you?"
"Sergeant Calor's very uncomfortable, Althalus."
"Are you saying that he doesn't like Eliar's mother?"
No, just the opposite. He and Elia had been walking out together, as the saying goes, before he introduced her to Iliar's father, Argos.
Oh?
You heard Chief Albron's description, didn't you? When Argos and Elia met, it was one of those love-at-first-sight things. Calor's very perceptive, and he immediately saw what was happening. He loved Elia, and still does, but he and Argos were as close as brothers, so he hid his feelings and stepped aside.
This is one of those gloomy stories, isn't it?
It gets worse. After Argos was killed in some meaningless war down in the Low Country, Calor thought there might be room for some hope, but Elia was absolutely crushed by her husband's death, and she's been in almost total seclusion for all these years. When Iliar began to train for his life as a soldier, Calor sort of took him under his wing. If you pay close attention to them, you'll probably notice that they're more like father and son than sergeant and corporal.
Calor does sort of look out for Elia, now that you mention it. Does Elia have any feelings at all for Calor?
She thinks of him as her oldest friend, but I caught a few hints from her that it might go just a bit further if Calor would just relax a bit.
That's all we need right now, Althalus growled. I think I'd have been happier if you hadn't told me about this, Leitha.
I'm trying to keep your tail feathers out of the soup, Daddy, she told him.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a situation that Drea might find very interesting, don't you think? And if you neglect to bring it to her attention, she might be a little put out with you, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't have known about it if you hadn't dragged me out here and told me this sad little story.
Right, Daddy, she said in mock astonishment. You didn't think I'd keep any secrets from you, did you? And then, of course, if I hadn't told you, it might have been my tail feathers that'd get dunked in the soup. I love you dearly, Daddy, but not that much. Now that I've handed it to you, you get to take care of it. Aren't you proud of how sneaky I can be?
I'd really be a lot happier if you'd dropped this daddy business, Leitha, he said plaintively. She gave him a sudden stricken look, and then she began to cry, burying her face in her hands.
"Now what?" he demanded.
"Leave me alone," she sobbed. "Go away, Althalus."
"No, Leitha, I won't do that. What's wrong?"
"I thought you were different. Go away,"
she continued to sob. Without even really thinking about it, he put his arms around her. She struggled just a bit, but then she wailed and clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. She was obviously too distraught to talk coherently, so Althalus reluctantly decided to do it the other way. Leitha's thoughts were chaotic as Althalus very gently intruded into her awareness.
"Stay away! Stay away!"
she pleaded silently. "No, I won't do that," he said aloud, still searching. A myriad of her memories from the village of Petelia in Queron flooded over him, and her overwhelming loneliness cut into him like a knife. Despite her gift, Leitha had grown up in almost total isolation. Her father had died before she'd been born, and her mother had been insane, not raving mad, perhaps, but strange. The other children in Petelia had been about half afraid of Leitha and her uncanny seeming ability to know what they were thinking, so she'd had no real friends as a child, and she'd grown up in nearly total isolation and in fear. The shadow of the harsh-faced priest, Brother Ampo, still hung dark and menacing over all her memories, his lustful hatred of her growing stronger with each passing year. Her attempts to avoid him had been fruitless, since he'd followed her wherever she'd gone, and the dreadful image that crawled through his imagination had filled her with terror, a terror which had virtually erased her ability to think or to act. Though she had known his intentions, she'd been quite helpless, and in time his accusation and the mockery he'd called a trial had taken place, and her inevitable condemnation to the flames had come about. And then Behaid had come to Petelia with earthquakes and avalanches in his wake to save her from the fire. "It wasn't entirely his idea, Leitha,"
Althalus told her, speaking aloud. "Emmy sent us, and the knife was involved as well."
"I know that now, Daddy," she replied. "But I was wound just a little tight that day for some reason. Then, after Ilya showed me the knife, I wasn't alone anymore. I was suddenly up to my ears in family, and Behaid had made that possible. At least, that's the way I saw it."
"And now you love him."
"I thought that was fairly obvious, Daddy."
"There's that word again."
"You don't listen very well, do you, Althalus? That's part of what the word family means, isn't it? When we were back in Recti and Ilya couldn't see, you kept beating me over the head with family, brothers and sisters, and all those other clever reasons you invented to persuade me to lower my defenses and let Ilya into my mind. Didn't you realize that you were offering yourself as my father when you did that? I really need a father, and you volunteered. It's too late for you to back out now."
"I guess there's a sort of perverse logic to what you're saying, Leitha," he surrendered. "All right, if it's Daddy you want, Daddy it is."
"Oh, good," she said with feigned enthusiasm. "Now, what are we going to do about poor Brother Behaid?"
"Emmy's taking care of it."
"No, Daddy, she isn't. She's waiting for you to realize that it's your responsibility."
"Where did you come up with that peculiar idea?"
"I have my sources, Daddy. Trust me."
Then her pale face grew pensive.
"A day's coming when Behaid and I are going to have to do some dreadful things to certain people, and we'll both need somebody to hold on to. I think you just got the job."
"Could you be a bit more specific, Leitha? Dreadful things is a little vague."
"It's the best I can do for right now, Daddy. Dwayne knows, and she's trying to conceal it from me, but I'm catching some hints. You've got to bring Behaid back to his senses, Althalus. He must be able to function. I can't do this alone."
And then she began to cry again, and without even thinking, Althalus took her in his arms and held her until it had passed. "I need to go back to the house," Althalus told Ilya as the party was returning to Chief Albron's hall from Elia's cottage.
"Is it urgent?"
"Probably. I need to talk with Emmy. She's been playing games again, and she's starting to irritate me."
"You're going to get yourself in trouble, Althalus."
"It won't be the first time. When we get there, I think you'd better wait in the dining room."
"It's going to be one of those?"
"Probably so. And you don't want to be around once Emmy and I get started." Althalus and Ilya dropped back as Chief Albron and the others moved up through the village, and then they stepped into an alleyway, where Ilya opened a door that only he could see.
"Good luck,"
Ilya told Althalus at the foot of the stairs leading up to Dwea's tower. Althalus grunted and stomped up the stairs.
"What a delightful surprise,"
Dwea said pleasantly when Althalus banged the tower door open.
"Stop that, Em," he said shortly. "You knew I was coming, and you know exactly why."
"My, aren't we peevish today?"
"Quit. Why didn't you tell me what you wanted me to do?"
"Behaid wasn't ready yet, love."
"That's too bad. I'll make him ready. Between the two of you, you've just about destroyed Leitha, and I won't permit that."
"You're taking this daddy business seriously, aren't you, Alfie?"
"Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Now, where's Behaid?"
"You're not going to hurt him, are you?"
"That depends on how stubborn he gets. I might have to slam him up against a wall a few times, but I will get through to him. Then you and I are going to have a nice long talk."
Her green eyes narrowed.
"I don't care for your tone, Althalus."
"You'll probably get over it. Where's Behaid?"
2 doors down the corridor from the dining room, on the left. I don't think he'll let you in, though."
"How's he going to stop me?"
Then Althalus turned and went down the tower stairs, 2 at a time.
"No hitting,"
Dwea called after him. Althalus reached Behaid's door and stopped briefly to get his anger under control.
"Behaid,"
he said then.
"It's me, Althalus. Open the door."
There was no answer.
"Behaid, open it, now."
There was still a profound silence. Althalus decided at the last instant not to use any one of 6 words from the book to open Behaid's locked door. He kicked it to pieces instead. Behaid, blank-eyed and unshaven, huddled in one corner of the cell-like room, rhythmically banging his head against the stone wall. "Stop that," Althalus told him, "and get on your feet."
"I am lost," Behaid moaned. "I have killed."
"Yes, I noticed that," Althalus replied, shrugging. "It wasn't very neat, but it got the job done. If you're going to make a habit of it, you should practice a bit." Behaid blinked incredulously.
"Don't you understand?" he demanded. "I'm a priest. Killing is forbidden."
"You didn't have any problems with hiring those assassins to kill the Ario of Canton?"
"That wasn't the same at all."
"Really? What's the difference?"
"I didn't personally kill the Ario."
"That's pure sophistry, Behaid, and you know it. Sin, if that's what you want to call it, lies in the intent, not in the technicality of just who ran the knife into the victim. Yak had killed Salkan, and what you did was exactly right. You're supposed to kill the people who kill your friends."
"But I'm a priest."
"I noticed that. Which religion, though? You can talk it over with Emmy, but I think she sees the world a bit differently from the way her brother does. This is all beside the point, though. If you don't open the door to your mind to Leitha, I'll do exactly the same thing to that door as I did to the one in this room. Your silly wallowing in guilt and self-pity is destroying Leitha, you blithering idiot. I don't care how many people you kill, Behaid, but if you hurt Leitha any more, I'll reach down your throat and jerk out your heart."
"It's my fault that Salkan was killed."
"Yes, it was. So what?" Behaid stared at him in horror. "You didn't think I was going to excuse you, did you? If something's been done, it's done. There aren't any punishments or rewards, Behaid, only consequences. You made a mistake. Now you have to live with it, on your own. I won't let you slop your guilt all over the rest of the family. If you're going to eat your liver, do it on your own time and someplace private."
"I'm a murderer,"
Behaid declared. "Not a very good one, though. Now quit this snivelling and come back to work." Althalus looked around the cluttered cell. "Clean up this mess, and then clean yourself up as well. You and I are going back to Chief Albron's hall. You have a wedding ceremony to perform."
"I can't."
"Yes, you can, Brother Behaid, and you will, even if I have to stand behind you with a club. Now move!" The wedding day of Albron and Astarel dawned clear and cold. Because of the season, the decorations in the hall were largely limited to evergreen boughs and bright-colored cloth bows. The traditional bachelor party for Chief Albron the previous evening had left the assorted clan chiefs, generals, and visiting nobles feeling a bit delicate that morning, and for some reason Chief Twengor found that vastly amusing. Alia had more or less taken charge of the young ladies in the bridal party, whose activities during the week leading up to the wedding had consisted, so far as Althalus could tell, largely of dressmaking and giggling. Chief Gweti and the ancient Chief Delier had journeyed to Albron's hall for the ceremony, since the wedding of a clan chief traditionally required the presence of all the chiefs of Aram. Gweti largely kept to himself during the festivities. Andine's decision not to loot the city of Canton had put the pinch-faced chief's nose out of joint, and he obviously found scant reason to celebrate. The ceremony was scheduled for noon. Althalus gathered that this was an ancient Aram custom, designed primarily to give the celebrants time to recover from the previous evening's entertainments, and not to interfere too much with the post-ceremony celebration. Arams appeared to take their parties very seriously. There had been a certain amount of religious controversy about the wedding, since the god of the Arams was the mountain god Behergos, while the Plakans worshipped Cleherdos, the herd god. "Brother Behaid's going to perform the ceremony," Althalus announced in a tone that ended the discussion rather abruptly. And so it was that, as noon approached, Behaid, garbed in his black priestly robe, stood at the front of Albron's central hall with Chief Albron, Sergeant Calor, and Chief Crater awaiting the entrance of the bride and her attendants, Andine and Leitha. Althalus stood with the other guests in the hall to witness the ceremony, and just as the great door at the back of the hall opened for Astrel and her ladies-in-waiting, he caught a very familiar fragrance. Startled, he turned to look full in the face of Dwyer. "What are you doing?" he demanded in a choked voice.
"It's all right, love," she replied. "I've been invited."
"That's not what I'm talking about. I didn't think you could leave the house in your real form."
"Whatever gave you that ridiculous notion?"
"You never have before. You've always changed into Emmy the cat. I thought your real form wasn't allowed out of the house."
"Nobody tells me what I can or can't do, you ninny. I thought you knew that." Then she pursed her perfect lips. "I'll admit that I don't do it very often," she conceded. "I seem to attract a lot of attention in my real form."
"I wonder why," he murmured.
"Be nice, Althalus." Then she paused. "Have you recovered from the peeves yet?" "Peeves? You seemed a bit grouchy the last time you came by the house."
"I took my peeves out on Behaid."
"You didn't really slam him against the wall, did you?"
"Not too hard, no. Here comes Astarel." Astarel was radiant as she marched to the front of the central hall, and Chief Albron's expression was one of vapid adoration.
"Give me your handkerchief, Althalus," Dwyer said, sniffing slightly.
He looked at her sharply. "Are you crying, Em?" he asked in a startled voice.
"I always cry at weddings, Althalus. Don't you?"
"I haven't really attended all that many weddings, Em," he confessed.
"You'd better get used to them, pet. In my view of the world, weddings are very important. Now just be quiet and give me your handkerchief."
"Yes, dear," he replied. Chapter 37. "Do you really have to leave, Althalus?" Chief Albron said 2 days later. "I'm afraid so, Albron," Althalus replied, leaning back in his chair in one of the upper rooms in Albron's hall. "There's trouble brewing in Perquane, and I don't want it getting out of hand. If it's all right, and probably even if it's not, I'm going to keep Sergeant Calor. I might need him on down the line, and I may not have time to come back and fetch him." "It's all right with me, Althalus. It might go a little ways towards paying what I owe you." "Do you owe me for something?"
Don't be coy, Althalus. You had a very large hand in arranging my marriage to Astarel."
"It solved a number of problems," Althalus replied, shrugging.
"What's really going on in Perquane?"
"A peasant rebellion, at least on the surface." Albron shook his head mournfully.
"The Lowlanders just don't understand ordinary people, do they?"
"They haven't got a clue. The aristocrats spend so much time admiring themselves in their mirrors that they don't pay much attention to the commoners. From what I've heard, these rebellions break out every 10 years or so. You'd think that after 5 or 6 times the aristocrats might start to realize that they're doing something wrong."
"I certainly hope not. If the Lowlanders start behaving like rational human beings, the clans of Aram are going to be out of work."
"I've got another favor I'd like to ask of you, Albron."
"All you have to do is ask."
"Could you keep Undine and Leitha here for a while?"
"Of course, but why? They'd be safe in the house, wouldn't they?"
"I'd like to keep Leitha away from Brother Behaid for right now. He's going through a crisis of sorts, and I think it might be best if he suffered his way through it on his own. Leitha doesn't really need to get involved. Behaid and I, along with Eliar and Sergeant Keller, are going to be passing through the house fairly often, so it might be best if the young ladies are somewhere else for a while."
"Geher, too?"
Albron asked. "No, I think I'll keep Geher with me. Every so often he comes up with some very interesting ideas."
"Doesn't he?" Albron smiled. "Oh, one other thing. If trouble breaks out in Perquane, send Eliar here. I'll have an army in the hallways of Dwyer's house before you can blink twice."
"I'll keep that in mind, Chief Albron," Althalus said, rising to his feet. "You'd better get your men to working on the corrals, though. As soon as Greuter gets back to Placand, he's going to start herding Astarel's dowry here. You'd be overrun with horses before too long."
"Thanks for reminding me," Albron said in a flat tone.
"Don't mention it, mighty chief." Althalus was chuckling as he left the room.
"The Perquanies are basically an outgrowth of the Treborians,"
Dwyer told Althalus and the others that evening in the tower.
"The Osthos sent ships to the west to establish new colonies and open new land for farming early in the 8th millennium.
and the Canthons went overland to set up their colonies. The more or less perpetual war between Canthon and Osthos didn't really mean all that much to the Perquanes, so they stayed clear of it and concentrated on tending their crops and getting rich. The turmoil in Traboria relaxed certain social restrictions, so the Traborian peasantry has quite a bit more freedom than the peasants of Perquain do. The Perquain peasantry aren't quite serfs, but they come very close.
"What's a serf, Emmy?"
Geher asked in a puzzled tone. "They're chattels, Geher, a part of the land itself. When someone buys a tract of land in a country where serfdoms are part of the social structure, he comes into possession of the people who live there as well."
"They're slaves, then?" Heliar asked.
"Not quite. They're part of the land, that's all. A serf's slightly better off than a slave, but not very much."
"I certainly wouldn't put up with something like that," Geher said. "I'd be across the mountains before anybody knew that I'd left."
"That does happen every so often," Dwyer agreed.
"Is it all one country?" Sergeant Callor asked, "or are there all those baronies and duchies and the like? What I'm getting at is whether or not there's a central government."
"In theory, Magu's the capital city," she replied, "but nobody pays very much attention to that. Most of the power in Perquain lies in the hands of the clergy."
"Yes," Behaid agreed, "and the clergy of Perquain's the worst of the lot. The brown robes are dominant there, and the brown robe orders far more interested in wealth and privileges than they are in the well-being of the lower classes. The black robes, my order, have a presence there, and so do the white robes, but we're fairly minimal in the overall social structure. Over the centuries, the three orders have developed a sort of tacit agreement that we won't poach on each other's territory."
"I visited a thieves' tavern in Magu a while back," Althalus told them, "and the thieves there were discussing the situation in southern Perquain. Evidently, Gehen's taking advantage of the plight of the Perquain peasantry. There's a group of self-ordained priests in the seacoast cities preaching revolution and stirring up the peasants."
"Self-ordained?"
Behaid asked sharply. The thieves were fairly certain that these troublemakers weren't really priests. They wear scarlet robes, and they deliver sermons about social justice, greedy aristocrats, and corrupt clergy. Unfortunately, most of what they're saying is true, particularly in Perquain. The peasants aren't treated very well, and the brown-robed priests do support the aristocracy in grinding the poor."
"There's no such thing as a red robe order,"
Behaid scoffed. "Oh, yes, there is, Brother Behaid," Dwyer disagreed. "The priests of Nequeros wear scarlet robes. My brother's always been fond of bright colors."
"Are you saying that the peasants of Perquain are being converted to the worship of the demon Daiva?"
"Probably not," she replied with a shrug. "Not yet, at least. That might be the ultimate goal, but for right now the red robes in southern Perquain seem to be concentrating on social change. There are many injustices in a system based on an aristocracy, probably because aristocrats view the peasants as subhuman. Revolutions have broken out many times in the past, and they've never really worked, largely because the leaders of those revolutions were only interested in gaining the positions and privileges of the nobles they denounce. The only thing a revolution ever really changes is the terminology." Althalus considered it.
"Who's the head man of the brown robes, Behaid?" he asked. "Exarcha Leikon," Behaid told him. "The brown robes' main temple used to be in Deca, over in Iquero, but after the fall of the Decan Empire, they set up shop in Magu. Their temple's quite splendid."
"Thank you," Dwyer said, with a faint smile.
"I'm not sure I follow you,"
Behaid confessed with a puzzled look. "It's my temple, Behaid. The brown robes usurped it a few thousand years ago."
"I hadn't heard about that,"
Behaid admitted. "The brown robes don't like to admit it. The notion of a goddess seems to upset them for some reason."
"Are things really that bad for the peasants?" Sergeant Callor asked. There are always malcontents who spend their time grumbling, but that's usually brought on by greed and envy.
The window's right there, Sergeant, Dwyer told him. Go look for yourself.
I think maybe I will, Calor replied. I'd like to know what we're really up against.
The vista beyond the south window blurred and gradually grew lighter to reveal a wintry field overlooking a grey, angry sea. Southern Perquain, Dwyer identified the location, not far from the seaport at Eddings.
Why is it still daytime there when it's nighttime here?
Geher asked curiously. We're farther north, Dwyer replied.
What's that got to do with anything?
The boy asked. Althalus can explain it, she told him with a faint smile. You're wrong, Em, Althalus disagreed. I can tell him that it happens every year, but I still don't know exactly why.
I explained it all to you a long time ago, Pet.
I know, I still don't understand, though.
You told me that you did.
He shrugged. I lied. It was easier than listening to you explain it for the third time.
I'm ashamed of you,
she chided.
It seems to be late afternoon,
Sergeant Calor observed, squinting at the western horizon.
What are those peasants doing out in the fields in the winter?
Nothing very meaningful, Dwyer replied. The nobleman who owns that field likes to keep his peasants busy, that's all. The peasants were garbed in burlap rags, tied together with bits of string, and they were gaunt and dirty. They were hacking wearily at the frozen earth with crude mattocks under the watchful eye of a mounted overseer with a grim face and a whip. Then a richly dressed nobleman rode up to the overseer.
"Is that as far as they've gotten today?" he demanded.
"The ground's frozen, my lord,"
the overseer explained.
"This is just a waste of time, you know."
"Their time is mine," the nobleman declared. "If I order them to dig, they'll dig. They don't need to know why."
"I understand that, my lord," the overseer replied, "but it might help if I did."
"There are agitators out there, Alcos," the noble said. "We are going to keep our peasants so busy that they don't have time to listen to speeches."
"Ah," the overseer said, "I guess that makes sense. You're going to have to feed them a little more, though. I've had a dozen of them collapse today."
"Nonsense," the nobleman snorted. "They're play-acting. That's what your whip's for, Alcos. Keep them moving until dark, then let them go eat. Tell them to come back at first light tomorrow."
"My lord," the overseer objected, "they don't have anything to eat. Most of them are eating grass."
"That's what cattle do, Alcos. Stay on top of them. I have to get back to my manor house. It's almost supper time, and I'm absolutely famished."
"You just made that up, didn't you, Em?" Althalus silently accused.
"No, Pat," she replied sadly. "I didn't have to. It's really happening. And it gets worse."
The region beyond the window blurred again, and Althalus and the others found themselves looking into an opulent room, where a pouchy-eyed nobleman was lounging on a padded bench, absently toying with a gilt-handled dagger. There was a knock at the door, and a burly soldier entered.
"He said no, my lord,"
the soldier reported.
"What do you mean, no?"
the nobleman exclaimed.
"He's very stubborn, my lord, and he seems to be very attached to his daughter."
"Kill him, then. I want that girl here in my chamber before nightfall."
"The High Sheriff says we can't kill the peasants any more, my lord," the soldier said. "Those troublemaker priests grab up every incidental killing and use it to keep the rest of the peasants stirred up."
"That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard."
"I know, but the High Sheriff will be pounding on your door before morning if I kill that stubborn old fool."
Then the soldier's eyes narrowed.
"There's another way, my lord," he said. "The girl's father's a cripple. A plough horse kicked him and broke his leg last year. He can't work, and he's got 8 other children, besides that pretty daughter."
"So?"
"Why don't I just tell him that you'll evict him from that stick-and-wattle hut of his unless he hands his daughter over to you? It's winter now, and his whole family will starve or freeze to death without shelter or food. I think he'll come around."
"Brilliant," the nobleman smirked. "Go ahead, Sergeant. Tell him to start packing. If his daughter isn't here by nightfall, he leaves at first light tomorrow."
"Can you find the door to that place, Eliar?" Sergeant Callor asked bleakly.
"Almost immediately, my sergeant," Eliar replied in a steely voice. "Should I bring my sword?"
"Probably so, yes."
"Not now, gentlemen," Dwyer told them. "We haven't quite finished yet."
The window moved once again, and Althalus and the others found themselves looking into yet another house. A lean, hard-faced nobleman was seated at a table covered with documents, and he was conferring with a brown-robed priest.
"I've been through these a dozen times, Brother Sowell," the nobleman declared, "and I can't find any way around the problem. The tradition seems to be locked in stone. I want that well, but it has belonged to the people of that village for 1,000 years. I have hundreds of acres I could plant if I had access to that water."
"Calm yourself, my Lord Baron," the priest replied. "If you can't find a document that suits your purposes, we'll just have to put one together."
"Would it stand up in court?"
"Of course it will, my lord. My Scopas will be presiding, and he owes me several favors. When I present him my startling new discovery, he'll make his ruling. The village and its well will pass into your hands, and the authorities will send the villagers packing. Then you can tear down their houses or use them for cattle barns if you want."
"Can we actually get away with that, Brother Sowell?" the Baron asked dubiously.
The priest shrugged.
"Who's going to stop us, my lord?" he asked. "The aristocracy controls the land, and the church controls the courts. Between us, we can do just about anything we want to do."
"Well, Sergeant," Dwyer asked the hard-faced Aram soldier, "does that answer your question?"
"Pretty much, ma'am, yes," Callor replied. "But it raises another one. Why are we getting involved in this? From what I've just seen, I'd say that a rebellion's long overdue. Why don't we just seal the borders of Perquane and let the peasantry run all over the top of the nobility and the priesthood?"
"Because the wrong people are leading the rebellion."
"So we are going to just walk in and steal it out from under them?" Gehr suggested.
"Approximately, yes."
"If we're going to steal their revolution, wouldn't it be sort of useful to look in on the people who are stirring it up?" Callor suggested. "Now that Pekel and Gelter have been eliminated, somebody else is in charge, and getting to know the enemy is fairly important."
"Good point, Sergeant," Dwyer agreed. "Let's nose around just a bit, shall we?" Althalus stepped back just a bit and sent a probing thought at Behaid. The young priest's mind was a mass of conflicting emotions. His grief and guilt were still there, of course, but a seething rage had begun to grow just below the surface. The obvious injustices of Perquane society were beginning to intrude upon Behaid's self-loathing. "It's a start, Pat," Dwyer's voice murmured. "Don't push him just yet. I think he's starting to come around on his own."
"You've been exaggerating a few things, haven't you, Em?" Althalus suggested.
"A little, yes," she admitted. "The thoughts of most of the people we've been watching aren't quite as blatant as what we saw and heard, so they probably wouldn't come right out and say them aloud."
"You're cheating again, Em."
"I know," she admitted, "but if that's all it takes to bring Behaid around, it's acceptable."
"Your sense of morality is very flexible, I've noticed."
"What a shocking thing to suggest. Watch Behaid very closely, Pet. He's about to see and hear a few things that might just put his feet back on the ground." The blur beyond the south window shifted and came into focus again, and Althalus and the others found themselves looking into the ruins of a long-abandoned house on a hilltop overlooking the sea far to the south. There was a tent inside the tumbled ruins and a small, well-concealed fire. Argan, the yellow-haired former priest, stood near the fire, irritably kicking at a pile of tumbled building blocks.
"You'll wear out your shoes doing that,"
a harsh voice came out of the darkness.
"Where have you been?" Argan demanded, as the grizzled Common came into the firelight. "Looking around," Common replied. "Isn't that what you wanted me to do?" "Did you find anything?" "Nobody's invaded yet, if that's what's got you so worried. I don't think they fully understand what you're doing, Argan. I couldn't find Althalus, but that's not unusual. He's probably hiding out in that castle at the end of the world, and that place is out of my reach. Have you heard from Gehend?" "No, he's in Nagarash, trying to placate the master." A faint smile touched Common's harshly lined face. "You're slick, Argan, I'll give you that. You're the one who pulled Yakag out of Nagarash and got him killed, but Gen's getting the blame for it." "That's because he took the credit for my idea, old boy," Argan replied with a lofty smirk. "Gen's greedy for the master's approval." "You've noticed," Coleman said dryly. "The plan would have worked, though," Argan declared. "Yakag was the perfect answer to the elaborate scheme Althalus devised to trap Gelta, but then that idiot Bay lost his head and butchered Yakag before any of us could stop him. I tried to warn you about him, Argan, but you wouldn't listen to me." "I didn't think he'd go that far," Argan said almost plaintively. "It was a complete violation of one of the cardinal rules. I got myself defrocked for something much less significant." "I don't think I'm going to miss Yakag all that much, though," Coleman added. "Just the sight of him chilled my blood. Even Gehend was afraid of that one. The master was the only one who was comfortable around Yakag." "I know," Argan replied moodily. "But with him to back me, I could have pushed Gand aside and taken his place. Everything was going so well. And then that maniac in the black robe took up a sword and slaughtered my key to power." Coleman shrugged. "If you feel that way about it, go kill him. Knam could probably get you into Dwea's house." "Quit trying to be funny, Coleman. I wouldn't go into that place any more than you would." "It was only a suggestion, Reverend Argan," Coleman said sardonically. "Since you're so bent on killing that black robe, I didn't think you'd mind getting yourself obliterated in the process." "Revenge is sweet, old boy," Argan told him, "but you have to be alive to taste it. I'll deal with Bade in good time. Right now I'm going to need more scarlet robes to keep this uprising cooking. Go to Nagarash and get as many as the master will release. I want to be in the temple in Magu before spring. If we loiter too much along the way, Althalus is likely to have an army waiting before we get there." "It shall be as thou hast commanded, Reverend Leader," Common replied with a mocking bow. "Just exactly who was that Yakag fellow, ma'am?" Sergeant Callor asked. "I know that Gelta was afraid of him, but I didn't think Gent was as well." "He was a creature with absolutely no emotions," Dwyer replied with a slight shudder. "He had no love, no hate, no fear, no ambition, nothing. He was totally empty." "A man of ice?" Ger suggested. "That's very close, Ger," she agreed. "If he'd lived, it's entirely possible that Argan's scheme to push Gend aside might have succeeded."
"The bad people don't get along with each other the way we always have, do they?"
the boy observed.
"We try to help each other, but they seem to spend all their time trying to stab each other in the back."
"Daiva prefers it that way, Ger," Dwyer replied. "In my brother's eyes, Yakag was the perfect man."
"Yakag didn't see it that way," Althalus observed. "The only thing he really wanted was to die."
"That's what Nagarash is all about, love," Dwyer said.
"Sooner or later, we're going to have to do something about that place," Sergeant Callor said bleakly.
"What did you have in mind, Sergeant?" Dwyer asked him.
"I don't know. We could march in and put out the fire, I suppose. I think you ought to know that I'm not really too enthusiastic about this particular war, ma'am. Unless something changes, we're going to come in on the wrong side. This revolt is long overdue, no matter who stirs it up."
"I'm working on that right now, Sergeant," Althalus told him. "I think our first step should involve getting access to the Exarch of the Brown Robes. Didn't you say his name's Alakon?"
Behaid? Behaid nodded. My exarch has some other names for him, but we probably shouldn't mention those in the presence of the ladies. If a Laicon approves of the things we saw a little while ago, your exarch's probably understating things, Brother Behaid, Calor added. Where are you going with this, Althalus? Althalus shrugged. The brown robes are greedy, and I'm very good at swindling greedy people. The first thing I'll need to do is get Exarch Alaicon's undivided attention. Let's suppose that some fabulously wealthy nobleman from some place over in Equero or maybe Medio came to Magu on a religious pilgrimage of some kind. Would he have very much trouble getting an audience with the brown-robe Exarch, Brother Behaid?
I doubt it, particularly if his pilgrimage was one of atonement for past sins. The word atonement has a golden sort of ring to it in the ears of high-ranking brown-robed churchmen.
I sort of thought it might get their attention, Althalus said. I'll put on some expensive clothing, look down my nose at everybody, and buy or rent a fancy house. Then my personal chaplain can drop by the temple and get me an appointment with Exarch Alaicon.
I take it that I get to be your chaplain?
Behaid guessed. What a splendid notion, Behaid, Althalus said. How do you keep coming up with all these clever ideas?
It's a gift,
Behaid said dryly. Where are you going to say you came from, Master Althalus? Geher asked. Althalus shrugged.
It doesn't really matter, as long as it's far away.
Try Kenthane, love, Dwyer suggested. He frowned.
It seems that I've heard of a place called Kenthane. Just exactly where is it?
It's a very ancient name for the region between Lake Apsa and Lake Maida in Equero. It hasn't been used for several eons now.
He shrugged. It's got a nice sound to it, he said. All right, then, I'll be the Duke of Kenthane, and I murdered my way to the throne. My conscience is bothering me now, so I'm in need of divine forgiveness. Does anybody see any holes in that?
He looked around at the rest of them.
He does this all the time, doesn't he? Sergeant Calor noted. Why not just tell people the truth, Althalus?
Calor, if I walked into Magu and announced that I'm an emissary of the goddess Dwyer, they'd lock me up as a madman, wouldn't they? The truth doesn't work very often. I think it's time to bring Leitha and Andine back home, love, Dwyer suggested silently.
Is Behaid ready, Em?
If he's still coming apart at the seams, I don't want Leitha anywhere near him. He's coming along just fine, Pet. He's beginning to understand just exactly what Yakag was, so he's past the worst of it. Let's get Leitha back before he wanders off again.
Whatever you say, Em, Althalus agreed.
I will need the money almost immediately, Your Grace,
the seedy-looking Count Bascoy said anxiously.
I'm in debt to some people who aren't really very patient.
The dice haven't been very friendly lately, I gather, Althalus surmised.
You wouldn't believe how unfriendly they've been,
Bascoy lamented. Your house suits me quite well, Bascoy, Althalus told him, looking around at the opulent parlour. I may have to stay here in Magu for quite some time, and I'd really rather not stay in some shabby inn with cockroaches for neighbours and bedbugs under my pillow. Let's say a half-year for right now. If the priests at the temple tell me that my penance is going to take longer, we might want to make more permanent arrangements.
Anything you say, Duke Althalus. Would it be all right if I stored my personal belongings in the attic?
Of course, Count Bascoy, and as soon as you've finished up with that, talk with my chaplain, Brother Behaid, and he'll pay you our rent.
Are you absolutely certain that I can't stay in the attic, or maybe down in the cellar?
Bascoy asked plaintively. That wouldn't really be a good idea, Count Bascoy, Althalus told him. I've got some enemies who make your creditors look like kittens by comparison. You don't want to be in the house if they should happen to pay me a call some day.
I suppose I can find a room at some inn,
Bascoy said mournfully. I'd avoid any of them where dice games are popular, Count, Althalus advised. When the dice don't like you, it's best to stay away from them.
Truly,
Count Bascoy agreed sadly. "You're the Duke of what?" Duke Olcar of Cadon asked incredulously. "Kenthane," Althalus replied. "You just made that up, didn't you, Althalus?" "Pretty much so, yes. How are we doing in the wheat market?" "Quite well, actually," Olgar said a bit smugly. "Last summer was one of the best in the last dozen years. They had a bumper crop here in Perkane, and that pushes the price down. I've already freighted 4,000 tons toward Canton and paid for another 3,000. I'm having some trouble finding enough wagons, though. If this peasant rebellion just holds off for another month, I'll have all the wheat we'll need over in Treboria." "Andine's going to be very happy to hear that, Olgar." "What's this Duke of Kenthane business, Althalus?" "It's the bait I'm using in a fishing trip, Your Grace. I need information that's probably going to come from the priesthood. If you happen to think of it, you might mention the fact that the Duke of Kenthane, who's so rich that he carries a solid gold handkerchief to sneeze into, is suffering from a very guilty conscience about some really serious sins, and he's come to Magu to buy forgiveness." "You'll have every priest in Perkane camped on your doorstep by morning if that gets around, Althalus," Olcar warned. "That was sort of what I had in mind, Your Grace," Althalus replied with a sly grin. "That way I won't have to go looking for them. They'll come to me." "It'll cost you, Althalus." "Money doesn't really mean anything, Olcar." "Bite your tongue," Olcar exclaimed. "Word of your spiritual crisis has reached the ears of our holy exarch Alecom, Duke Althalus," announced the brown-robed priest who'd come knocking at daybreak the following morning. "I was sort of praying that it might," Althalus said piously, rolling his eyes heavenward. "Holy Alecom is much moved by your plight, Your Grace," the priest declared. "And our exarch is quite probably the most charitable man alive. Thus has he granted you immediate audience in his private chapel in the central temple." "I'm quite overwhelmed by this honor, Your Reverence. I pray you return directly to the temple and advise your holy exarch that I and my retainers shall answer his call straight away." "I shall do so immediately, Your Grace. Pray tell me, when should I advise Exarch Alecon that he may expect you?" "I'd hustle right back to the temple, Your Reverence," Althalus suggested. "If you dawdle even just a little, I'll get there before you do. My burden of sin is heavy, and I must put it down, lest it break my back." "I shall run, Your Grace," the priest promised. Sergeant Callow was trying, without much success, to muffle his laughter as the brown robe left.
"Are you having some sort of problem, Sergeant?"
Leitha asked him.
"His Grace here was spooning it on just a little thick," Callow laughed.
"It's one of Daddy's failings," she conceded. "He never wastes time with a spoon when there's a shovel handy."
The ancient temple of Dwyer was clearly the most magnificent building in Magu. The brown robes had made some effort to conceal the more blatant suggestions that the temple had been erected for the worship of a fertility goddess, and the excessively bosomed statue had been removed from the altar. The priest who visited them that morning came hustling out through a door behind the altar to greet them. He looked just a bit confused when he saw the party accompanying Althalus. "My sins have made enemies for me, Your Reverence," Althalus explained. "It wouldn't have been prudent to leave my daughters unprotected. There are some other reasons that I won't let them out of my sight, but it probably wouldn't be very proper for me to mention them to a man who's taken a vow of chastity." The brown robe blinked, and then he flushed slightly. "Oh," he said, and then let the subject drop. He turned instead, led them through the door into a dimly lighted corridor, and on down to a dark, heavy cherrywood door. "The private chapel of our holy exarch," he said. Then he rapped on the door.
"Enter,"
a voice responded from behind that door. The brown-robed priest opened the door and led Althalus and his companions into the chapel. Holy Aleikum, he said, kneeling briefly. I am honored to present His Grace Duke Althalus of Kenthane. Then he rose and backed from the small chapel, bowing at every other step. Exarch Alecon was a plump man with close-cropped blonde hair and a serious demeanour.
I am honored, Your Grace, he said, rather perfunctorily to Althalus. But I had thought you wished a private audience that we might more fully explore the seriousness of your sins. Privacy's a luxury I cannot afford, Your Eminence, Althalus replied glibly. Holy men speak of sins, but more worldly men speak of crimes. Ambition drove me during my rise to the ducal throne, and my methods made me many enemies. The two lovely young ladies are my daughters, Leitha and Undine. The child is their personal page boy. The black robe is Brother Behaid, my personal chaplain. My entire party lives in constant danger and must be protected at all times by personal bodyguards. Calor and Ilia, the two greatest warriors in all of Kenthane. The Duchy of Kenthane is thousands of years old, Your Eminence, Althalus was telling Exarch Alecon a while later in the Exarch's study. And over all the endless centuries we've raised corruption to an art form. I've got every judge in my pocket, and the clergy dances to my tune. All it takes is money, and I control the treasury. My subjects have learned not to cross me. If I want something, I take it, and if anyone objects, he quietly disappears. Everything would be just fine if it weren't for the dreadful nightmares I've been having lately. Nightmares? The brown-robed exarch asked.
Have you ever heard of a place called Nagarash, Your Eminence? Alecon's face blanched.
Ah, Althalus said, I see that you have heard of it. Well, I've seen it, and you wouldn't want to visit that place. The buildings are made of fire, and the people dance in the streets as flickering little flames, screaming and writhing in perpetual agony. It's the screaming that sets my teeth on edge, and I hear it all the time now, even when I'm awake. I have everything any man could possibly want, except for a good night's sleep. That's why I've come to Magu, Your Eminence. If you can banish those nightmares, I'll pay anything you ask.
Are you truly repentant, my son? Alecon asked.
Repentant? Don't be absurd. I did what I had to do to get what I wanted. Just tell your God that I'll pay him anything he wants if he'll just make those dreams go away. He's wavering, Daddy, Leitha's soft voice murmured. He really wants your money, but he knows he can't drive those nightmares away. Good. Things seem to be going according to plan, then.
Just exactly what is your plan, Althalus? Behaid asked in silent curiosity.
Watch, Brother Behaid. Watch and learn.
I will pray for your guidance, Duke Althalus, Exarch Alecon declared in a troubled voice. And if you return tomorrow, we will discuss a suitable penance.
Althalus stood up. I am at your command, Exarch Alecon, he declared with a pious bow, and I will return at first light tomorrow with as much gold as I can conveniently carry, if I sleep well tonight. That's dreadful, Daddy, Leitha murmured. I rather liked it myself, Althalus replied smugly. Chapter 38. His Eminence is, indisposed, Your Grace, the priest who'd originally come to Count Bascoy's house told Althalus the next morning at the temple.
Oh?
Something he ate, no doubt, the priest added hastily.
There's been a lot of that going around here lately, Althalus noted.
How long do you think it might take for him to pull himself together? Later on today, perhaps? I don't really think so, Your Grace. Tomorrow, perhaps. He's very upset, Daddy, Leitha silently reported. Exarch Alecon woke up screaming just before dawn, and he's still screaming. The brown robes are afraid that he's gone mad. What have you been up to, Em? Althalus reached out to Dwyer. I snitched your idea, love, she purred her reply. It was just too good to pass up. How in the world did you come up with the idea of nightmares? He shrugged.
I needed something to get Lacon's attention, Em. Our imaginary Duke of Kenthane was too much of a scoundrel to start getting all weepy about assorted indiscretions in his past. I needed something fairly awful to explain why I'd come to Magu to beg for help. After I'd given it some thought, I decided to hang the whole thing on nightmares about Nagarash.
Ah, I see. You just scraped it off the wall.
There might have been some of that involved, yes. From what I understand, a sizable part of the education of novice priests of all three orders involves lurid descriptions of Nagarash, so I threw it in to get Lacon's attention. Actually, it was sort of in the nature of an afterthought, or maybe divine inspiration.
Let's call it a stroke of pure genius, pet.
I wouldn't go quite that far, Em.
I would. You just sort of tossed it off, but I picked it up and ran with it. You've caught occasional glimpses of Nagarash through Knom's doorways, but they've just been a few from the outside. Lacon's nightmares put him inside the city itself, and Nagarash is a place of absolute despair. That's why Yakag was grateful when Behaid killed him. Death is a release from Nagarash.
Lacon's going to recover from his little siege of horrors, isn't he? I think I'm going to need him on down the line.
Why don't we let him simmer for a while, pet? Cook him until he's tender. After a week or so of these nightmares, he'll agree to almost anything. Why don't you bring the children home, Althalus? We need to talk.
The streets of Magu were literally teeming with heavily armed soldiers as Althalus and his friends returned to Count Bascoy's house. The soldiers all seemed a bit edgy, and they stayed together in tight little groups. Althalus stopped a street vendor who was pushing a cartload of turnips along a cobblestone street. "What's afoot here, neighbor?" he asked the vendor. The cartman shrugged. "Prince Marwain's flexing his muscles, I think," he replied. "You've heard about the peasant unrest, I suppose?" "I just arrived in Magu last night," Althalus said. "Oh, where are you from?" "Iquero. I'm in town on business. What's got the peasants all stirred up?" "Oh, the usual sort of thing. Every so often they get excited about how badly the world's treating them. Prince Marwain puts his troops out in the streets of Magu every time that happens. He wants everybody in town to know who's in charge."
"City folks don't get involved in these country bumpkin matters, do they?"
The turnip vendor snorted. "Of course we don't. There are always a few malcontents in the grubbier parts of town, though. Our noble prince wants to be sure they understand the real situation here. As long as you mind your own business, the soldiers won't bother you. Could I interest you in some turnips?"
"Sorry, neighbor, but turnips don't agree with me for some reason. You wouldn't believe the bellyache one bite of a turnip gives me."
"Ah," the peddler said, "onions do the same thing to me."
"It's good to know that I'm not the only one with a delicate tummy. You have a nice day here."
"I've heard of this Prince Marwain, Althalus,"
Undine said, as they crossed the street to the front of Count Bascoy's house.
"He's a ruthless tyrant with an exaggerated notion of his own importance."
"We might have to cure him of that particular delusion," Sergeant Callor said bleakly.
"We've got a certain amount of time," Dwyer told them when they gathered in the tower. "Argan's moving carefully and consolidating his control over each city before he moves on to the next. A revolution's not like an invasion from the outside. What's the customary procedure when an exarch's unable to function, Behaid?" Behaid leaned back, squinting at the ceiling.
"In normal circumstances, the hierarchy would maintain the fiction that the exarch's indisposed, Dwyer," he replied. "The bureaucracy of the church makes most of the day-to-day decisions anyway, so the exarch's actually little more than a figurehead. The current situation's not normal, though. The peasant revolt in South Perquane is an emergency of the first order, so as soon as it becomes obvious that Exarch Alekon isn't going to come to his senses, some high-ranking Skopas will send an appeal to Exarchs Emdal and Yerdon for a meeting of the High Council of the Faith.
Something on the order of a conclave of the clan chiefs of Aram? Sergeant Callor suggested.
Exactly, Behaid agreed. If it's determined that there's a crisis of faith, the High Council can override normal procedures. Emdal and Yerdon could replace Alekon, or possibly even go so far as to absorb the brown robes into their own orders. I don't think they'd go quite that far, though. It'd probably start a religious war that'd turn the civilized world inside out.
And Argan could ride that particular horse directly into an imperial seat, Althalus added. He might think so, Dwyer disagreed. It has some possibilities, I think. We eliminated Pekal with Sergeant Callor's mountain and the river that ran in 2 directions, and we lured Gelter into Osthos with Andine's seeming submission. Trickery does seem to work on occasion.
I knew you'd come around to my way of thinking eventually, Em, Althalus said smugly.
I didn't quite follow that,
Andine said.
It's an old debate, little princess, Althalus explained.
Emmy set out to teach me truth, justice, and morality. I offered to teach her how to lie, cheat, and steal. I seemed to be just a bit ahead of her.
Dwyer shrugged.
Whatever works, she said. For right now, I think we'll want Exarch Alekon to keep dreaming about Nagarash. Go back to the temple, Brother Behaid. I need to know who's making the decisions for the brown robes, now that Alekon's not able to function. I need to know everything about him you can find out, so that I'll be able to nudge him into sending an appeal to Emdal and Yerdon. I want those 2 in Magu just as soon as we can get them here.
His name's Iosra Althalus, Behaid reported that evening when he returned to Count Bascoy's house. He's a Skopas in the Brown Robe Order, and he specializes in details and numbers. The rest of the hierarchy hates him, probably because he keeps finding discrepancies in their account books. He's tall, very thin, and pale as a ghost.
That doesn't sound very encouraging, Althalus said. A bean counter doesn't usually have that much power.
Skopas Iosra controls the Brown Robe treasury, Althalus, Behaid said with a faint smile. In a religious order controlled by greed, the man who holds the purse strings rules.
Good point. What do you think it'll take to nudge him into screaming for help?
Extravagance of some sort, probably. If Dwyer can push Alekon in the direction of spending a lot of money, Iosra's likely to go up in flames.
I'll take it up with Em, Althalus promised. I'm sure she'll be able to come up with something.
He seems to be coming around, Em, Althalus reported when he and Eliar had returned to the house. Keeping him busy's probably the best way to deal with his problem.
It's better than slamming him up against a wall, she agreed.
Did you really do that, Althalus?
Eliar asked.
Not all that hard, Althalus replied. I just wanted to get his attention. Anyway, Brother Behaid tells me that we'll want to stir up a certain Skopas Iosra. He controls the treasury of the brown robes, and he's one of those penny pinchers. Behaid seems to think that a sudden outburst of extravagance by Exarch Alekon would send Skopas Iosra running to the other exarchs almost immediately.
Some renovations of my temple, perhaps, she suggested.
Althalus wobbled his hand dubiously. Maybe, he said. I think it might depend on what you've got in mind, Em.
The restoration of the altar sort of leaps to mind. Back in the good old days, my altar was sheathed in gold. The brown robes peeled the sheathing off when they usurped my temple. If I planted the notion of putting it back into Alekon's mind, she left it hanging.
As I remember, that altar's fairly large, Althalus said. It would take quite a bit of gold to resheathe it, wouldn't it?
Yes, definitely. Several tons, at least. I'll see what Behaid has to say, but I think that might just turn the trick, Em. Pulling that much gold out of the brown-robe treasury should send Skopas Iosra straight up into the air, and he'll probably come down running.
Argan's more or less consolidated his hold on those coastal cities, Egni, Athal, Pella, and Bago, Sergeant Callor reported about a week later when they all gathered again in the tower room. He sent various agitators upriver from Athal to Leitha and overland from Bago to Dail to stir up the peasants in those regions. How much longer do you think it might be until he starts the march on Magu? Behaid asked. A couple of months at least, Callor replied. He's not rushing things. Argan's an entirely different breed of cat from Pekel and Gelter. He's very cautious. I do think we might want to speed up the journey of those two other exarchs, though. Religious people do a lot of talking before they make decisions, I've noticed. No offence intended, Brother Behaid. That's all right, Sergeant, Behaid told him. We do tend to babble on fairly often. Perhaps it's an attempt to avoid making decisions. Then Behaid looked at Dwyer. The sergeant's probably right, though. I think we should get Exarchs Emdal and Yerdon here before too much more time passes. They have some important decisions to make, and Argan's already on the move.
Dwyer pursed her lips. I'll tamper with a few people's memories, and then Eliar can bring the Exarchs through the house and put them down in Magu. All we're doing right now is marking time. We can't really make any decisions until Emdal and Yerdon reach Magu.
Argan's rebels starting upriver from Egni toward Leitha, Sergeant Callor reported the next morning. They aren't moving very fast, but they're going in that general direction.
What's delaying them? Eliar asked.
Looting, for the most part.
Callor made a sour face.
Unleashing an undisciplined army in a land where there are towns and villages is just about the best way I know of to arrive at your destination without any troops.
Didn't you once say that a stupid enemy's a gift from the gods? Eliar said slyly.
Maybe I did, Eliar, but it still rubs me the wrong way. It's unprofessional.
Have they left Bago to march toward Dail yet? Althalus asked.
Callor shook his head. They're still looting in Bago, he replied. Somebody's going to have to set fire to the town before the peasants will even think about leaving.
Behaid gave the sergeant a startled look.
Is that why looted towns are always burned? He asked. Of course, Brother Behaid. I thought everybody knew that. A dedicated looter wouldn't even consider leaving a town until the flames are licking at his tail feathers. Fire's just about the only way to start an army moving after they've taken a town.
Don't worry about it, Althalus, Dwyer said. The numbers don't match, Em, he protested. Iosra's messenger's going to take several weeks to reach the Black Robe Temple in Dacre, and even longer to get to Kewon. If Emdal and Yerdon arrive in Magu tomorrow morning, Iosra's likely to start getting very suspicious. She sighed, rolling her eyes upward. I wish you wouldn't do that, Em, he complained. Then quit being so obvious, Pet. I know all about the problem of elapsed time, and I've already taken care of it. We've been tampering with time and distance for quite a while now, so you should know by now that miles and minutes mean what I want them to mean. Nobody's going to notice anything, Althalus, so stop worrying. All right, Em, he gave up. Anything you say. Is Alekon still having nightmares? Occasionally, yes. We want him to be nice and pliable when Emdal and Yerdon start making some decisions.
What kind of decisions?
Watch, Althalus. Watch and learn.
Exarch Emdal was a burly clergyman with a deeply lined face and a harsh voice. He and Exarch Yerdon arrived in Magu late one chill afternoon, and they went immediately into an extended conference with Skopas Iosra and the other high-ranking brown-robed clergymen.
He's like a bull, Daddy, Leitha reported. He's overriding everybody in the temple, and he seems to know a great deal more than he really should.
Our order specializes in gathering information, Behade explained. There's very little that happens in the world that isn't brought to the attention of my exarch. I'm told that he tends to be just a bit abrupt in emergencies. I think we'll want to step around him rather carefully. Maybe, Althalus said, but then again, maybe not. If he just happens to want truth, I'm in a position to give him more truth than he can handle. Exarch Emdal might be a bull, but I've got bigger horns than he has. The summoner arrived at Count Bascoy's house the following morning with a document requesting the presence of the Duke of Kenthane at the temple. Do be a good fellow and run on back to the temple and advise the exarchs that we'll be along just as soon as it's convenient, Althalus told the somewhat self-important official in his haughtiest tone of voice. Behade winced. You're getting off to a bad start, Althalus, he silently warned. Not really, Althalus replied. I want to jerk Emdal's chain just a little. Let's give it about a half an hour. Then we'll drop by the temple. I think maybe you should stay in the background just a bit, Brother Behade. I'm going to pull Emdal up short, and I'd rather he didn't take his dissatisfaction out on you. They waited for a while in Bascoy's comfortable parlor. That's long enough, Althalus decided finally. Let's go to the temple and educate a few clergymen. Shall we?
Aren't you pushing things just a bit?
Undine suggested. Naturally, Althalus replied gaily. I want Emdal's undivided attention. They left the house and went across town to the temple, and there were a fair number of unfriendly looks cast in their direction as they entered. Althalus ignored the obvious hostility and marched through the temple to Alacon's private chapel. Are they in there? He demanded of the priest who'd originally come to Bascoy's house.
No, Your Grace, the priest replied nervously. Exarch Alacon's still indisposed, and Exarchs Emdal and Eudon are conferring in the library.
I think you'd better take me to them at once, Althalus said. The priest scurried on ahead, and Althalus and the rest marched on behind, drawing an icy calm about him.
It shouldn't be more than a few minutes, Your Grace,
the nervous priest reported when they reached an arched door. You've been quite helpful in the past several weeks, young man, Althalus said, so I don't want to get you in trouble. Isn't there some important duty you just absolutely must see to in another part of the temple?
I'll think of something, Your Grace,
the priest replied gratefully, and then he scurried away.
What are you up to?
Dwea's voice demanded. I'm going to get their attention, Em. I'm going to ignore some customary courtesies and bull my way into the presence of Eudon and Emdal. I'm not going to dance to their tune, as they most likely expect me to. Then he slammed open the library door and marched into the presence of Emdal and Eudon. Don't get up, gentlemen. I'm told you want to see me, he announced to the two startled clergymen. Well, here I am. What's your problem? What kept you? The harsh-faced Emdal demanded. Courtesy, Your Eminence, Althalus replied with a florid bow. Since it's customary to keep visitors cooling their heels in an anteroom for a certain amount of time, I took care of that in more comfortable surroundings. We have a great deal to discuss, gentlemen, so let's get down to business, shall we? What is it that you want to know? Let's start with everything, Emdal replied in his gravelly voice, and we'll go on from there. Just who are you, Althalus? There's been a great deal of turmoil in the world here lately, and your people seem to have been at the center of most of it. You've been running roughshod over people who outrank you everywhere you go, and that disrupts the natural order of things. The church wants to know what your intentions are. Althalus seated himself at the opposite end of the table, motioned the others to sit, and leaned back in his chair. How much truth are you prepared to deal with, Exarch Emdal? As much or more than you're ready to give me. Let's start with who you are. Althalus shrugged. Is that all? This shouldn't take very long, then. My name is Althalus, but you already know that. I'm a thief and a swindler, and if the money's right, a sometime murderer.
I was born a very, very long time ago, and I was having a long spell of bad luck when this all started. I was approached by a man named Gehend, a disciple of the demon Daiva, who hired me to go to Kagwa to steal something he called a book. I went to the house at the end of the world where the book was, and there was a cat there, except that she wasn't really a cat. She's the goddess Dwaya, the sister of Dewas and Daiva. You did know that Dewas and Daiva are brothers, didn't you, Emdal? Anyway, the cat, who I call Emmy, taught me how to read the Book of Dewas, and then about 2 years ago she and I left the house to pick up certain people, a young Arum named Ilia, Andine, the Arya of Ostos, a black-robed priest named Behaid, a boy thief named Geher, and the mind leech Leitha. Then we all went to the house and saw the real form of the goddess Dwaya. She explained some things to us, and then we came out of the house to deal with Gehend and his underlings in the inevitable war between good and evil. That's what we're doing right now. We've already eliminated 2 of Gen's underlings, Pekal and Gelta, and we've come to Perquain to deal with Argan, an unfrocked priest, and Komen, Gen's mind leech. You gentlemen can either lend a hand or back off and leave me alone. That's entirely up to you, but I should probably advise you that if you try to interfere with me in any way, I'll destroy you and anything you gather up to try to resist me. I can do things you can't even begin to imagine, so get out of my way and let me get on with my work. Althalus paused. Was that bold enough for you, Emdal? He asked. Exarch Emdal's eyes were bulging. Oh, one other thing, Althalus added. Dwaya tampered with Exarch Alekon just a bit to get your attention. The poor fellow hasn't really gone crazy. Dwaya's been filling his dreams with visions of Nagarash, that's all. It only takes a little bit of Nagarash to get somebody's total attention. Nagarash is only a metaphor, Althalus, Eudon objected. It's a way to explain a spiritual condition. I think you got it upside down, Eudon. Althalus disagreed. Nagarash is much more real than your sometimes obscure definition of sin. It's not just a state of mind. I caught a few glimpses of it, usually when Gehend was trying to surprise me. Just exactly where is it? It's supposed to be a vast cave filled with fire under the mountains of Nekleros. Actually, it's where Gehend wants it to be. It's very similar to the house at the end of the world, which can be everywhere and everywhen all at the same time. Althalus smiled faintly. There's an alternative to everywhere and everywhen, but we aren't even supposed to think about it. Geher started playing with the notion of nowhere and nowhen once, and it sent Dwaya right straight up the wall. I guess there's a chaos out beyond good and evil that's so hungry that it can swallow the universe. Let's get back to the question of reality, though. When you get right down to the core of things, the house and Nagarash are the ultimate realities, and what we call the real world is just a reflection of them. That sort of suggests that we're the metaphors, concepts, if you wish, designed to act out the realities of the struggle between Dwaya and Daiva. He laughed. We could discuss that for several centuries, couldn't we? Right now, though, we've got this little war on our hands, so maybe we should concentrate on that. In those other realities, time and distance aren't constant in the same way they are in the ordinary world. Scopas Eosra sent a message to you 2 gentlemen, urging you to come to Magu, because Exarch Alekon was starting to come unhinged. In this world, that message would have taken about 6 weeks to reach you, and it would have taken you another 6 weeks to come here to Magu. If you wanted to investigate a little, though, I think you'd find that Eosra's message left here early last week. Emmy could have done it even faster, but she prefers not to make big splashes and all kinds of noise. He looked at Emdal and Eudon. I don't seem to be getting through to you, gentlemen, he noted. I think you're even crazier than Alekon, Emdal rasped. Alekon isn't crazy, Exarch Emdal, Leitha told him. He's having nightmares about Nagarash, that's all. And those nightmares aren't coming from his own mind. Dwaya's giving them to him. The whole idea was to make him appear to be insane, so that the 2 of you would come here. It seems to have worked.
so I'd imagine that Alacon will recover almost immediately.
"You're the witch woman, aren't you?" Emdal demanded.
"That's beginning to make me very tired," Leitha told him in a flat, unfriendly voice. "I'd be awful careful right here, Mr. High Priest," Geher cautioned. "Leitha's not afraid of anything or anybody, and if you make her mad at you, she'll melt your brains down into a mud puddle."
"This is all nonsense," Emdal exploded. "I think you people all belong in a madhouse somewhere. We are the leaders of the faith, and we tell you what you can or cannot believe."
"I think you'd better show him how wrong he is, Leitha," Althalus suggested, speaking aloud.
"Yes, Daddy," she agreed. "Maybe I should, at that."
She looked at the harsh-faced exarch of the Blackrobes, then she sighed.
"How very sad," she said. "Davos is real, Your Eminence," she told him. "He's not just some fiction the priesthood invented to foist off on the gullible among the population. Your uncertainty and your anguish are unnecessary. Don't keep punishing yourself about your doubts."
Emdal's expression was suddenly stricken, and he began to tremble violently.
"How?"
he started, but left it hanging.
"Leitha is gifted, my exarch," Behaid explained gently. "She can hear your innermost thoughts."
"I do wish you people would stop calling it a gift," Leitha complained. "It's more like a curse. I don't want to hear most of what comes to me unbidden." "This is tiresome as well as annoying, Althalus," Dwea's voice crackled in Althalus' mind. "Stand clear. I'll take care of it."
Then one wall of Alacon's high-vaulted library was no longer there. Where the wall had been was the perfect face of Dwea, calm, beautiful, and so enormous that Althalus flinched back in near panic. Her perfect arms were crossed on what had been the floor, and her chin was resting pensively on those arms.
"I sometimes forget how small you people are," she murmured. "So tiny, so imperfect."
She reached out with one vast hand and gently picked up the rigid body of Exarch Emdal and placed him on the palm of her other hand. Then she took up Yerdon and stood him next to his brother.
"Does this put things in perspective for you, gentlemen?" she asked.
The two clergymen clung to each other, squeaking almost like mice.
"Oh, stop that,"
she scolded, in a voice that seemed oddly gentle. "I'm not going to hurt you. Althalus isn't the most reliable person in the world, but this time he's telling you the truth. I am who he told you that I am, and this is not an illusion or some kind of trick. I want you both to behave yourselves and do exactly as Althalus tells you to do. We aren't going to argue about this, are we, gentlemen?" Emdal and Yerdon, still clinging to each other in panic, both shook their heads violently.
"I knew all along that you were good boys," she murmured.
Then she reached out one enormous finger and touched each of them with a kind of gently stroking motion.
"So tiny," she murmured again. "So very, very tiny."
Then she took each of them in turn and set them back down in their chairs.
"Bring them here, Althalus," she said, "and fetch Alacon as well. They have some decisions to make, and it might take them quite a while to make them. Once they're in the house, I can give them as much time as they'll need."
Exarch Alacon was trembling violently when Althalus and Eliar led him through the door into the tower.
"You might have gone just a little too far with him, Em," Althalus silently suggested. "The nightmares pushed him very close to the edge, and dropping the house on him like this might just be more than he can handle."
"Bring him to me, pet," she replied. "I'll bring him back to his senses."
Althalus, rather gently, took Exarch Alacon by the arm and led him to the marble table where Dwea sat with Emdal and Yerdon. He noted that the book was covered with a piece of heavy cloth.
"You aren't looking too well, Alacon," Emdal rasped.
"Where are we?" Alacon asked, looking around in confusion.
"We're not entirely sure, Alacon. the silvery-haired Yerdon told him. Reality seems to be very far away right now. That might depend on your definition of reality, Heimdall said. Can you put Elekon's head back together, divinity? He asked Dwyer. The three of us have to make some decisions, and Elekon's not functioning very well right now.
Perhaps we did push him a little far, Dwyer conceded, looking at Elekon's anguished face. Your nightmares are over now, Elekon, she told the brown-robe exarch. They've served their purpose, so let's get rid of them. She reached out and uncovered the book. Give me your hand, Elekon, she told him. The brown-robe exarch held out his trembling hand, and Dwyer gently took it and placed it palm down on the white leather-bound book. Just relax, she told him. My brother's book will banish all memory of your nightmares.
Is that?
Yerdon started in an awed voice.
It's the Book of Delos,
Yes, Althalus told him. It's really quite interesting once you get into it. It's a bit tedious right at first. Dwyer's brother has a little trouble sticking to the point. Be nice, Dwyer scolded. Sorry, Althalus apologized. A look of wonder had come over Exarch Elekon's face. That should be enough for right now, Dwyer noted clinically. We don't want to go too fast here. You gentlemen need to discuss practicalities, and religious ecstasy isn't the best route to that. Could I, Yerdon pleaded, reaching his hand out toward the book with a look of longing. Let them touch it, Emmy, Althalus suggested. It's all they'll think about if you don't, and we've got work to do. Dwyer gave the exarchs a stern look. If you really think you must touch the book, I suppose it's all right, she told them. But no peeking. Althalus burst out laughing at that. What's so funny? Dwyer demanded. Nothing, Em, he replied with mock innocence. Something just struck me as sort of funny, that's all. Exarch Heimdall's harshly lined face was pensive as he sat at the marble table in the tower of the house.
There's no question that the Church has strayed from her original purpose, gentlemen, he said sadly to Elekon and Yerdon. We sought to impress the wealthy and powerful by intimidating them, and in the end we'd become more arrogant and filled with pride than they were. We've totally lost contact with the commons, and that opened the door for the enemy. Face reality, Heimdall, the plump-faced Elekon told him abruptly. The Church has to live in the real world, imperfect though it may be. Without the aid of the aristocracy, we'd never have been able to perform our task. Have we really succeeded all that well, Elekon? Heimdall asked him. From where I sit, it rather looks as if it's all falling down around our ears. I think we're straying just a bit, Althalus suggested. When your house is on fire, you don't really have time to argue about which kind of bucket you should use to throw water on the flames. Why don't we have a look at the faces of the people who are setting the fires? It might be useful to get to know them. I don't think we have the time, Althalus, Yerdon disagreed. Time doesn't mean anything here in Emmy's house, Gehör told him, and neither does distance. But that's only natural, I guess, since time and distance are the same thing. Everything in the world's always moving, since the world's part of the sky, and the sky moves all the time. When we talk about miles, what we're really talking about is hours. How long it takes to get from here to there. I think that might be why nobody can see Emmy's house, since even though it's always here, Emmy can make it be here somewhere else. Is this boy all right in the head, Althalus? Heimdall asked.
He just thinks faster than anybody else can, Exarch Heimdall, Althalus replied, and he takes ideas farther than the rest of us do. If you talk with him for a while, I think you'll come away with your eyes popping.
Or with your brain turned inside out, Sergeant Callow added. I don't think Ger even lives in the same world with the rest of us. His mind moves so fast that nobody but Dwyer can keep up with him.
The three exarchs looked speculatively at the little boy. Never mind, Dwyer told them firmly. Don't get any ideas, gentlemen. The boy's mine, and he's going to stay mine. Tell them about the windows, Gare."
"All right, Emmy."
Gare looked earnestly at the three.
Since the house is everywhere, the windows look out at any place Emmy wants them to, so we can find out what the bad people are doing and what they're going to try to do next. The great thing about the windows is that we can see and hear the bad people, and they don't even know we're right behind them, except that we really aren't."
Gare frowned.
"This is awful hard to explain," he told them. "I know what's happening, but I just don't know the right words to make it clear to anybody else. If the house is everywhere, then wouldn't that sort of mean that it's nowhere? I mean, not really nowhere, but only sort of nowhere. At least it's nowhere enough so that the bad people can't see us while we're watching them."
"I think the word you're looking for is omnipresence, boy," Emdahl suggested. "It's part of the standard definition of God. If God's everywhere, man can't hide from him."
"That makes me feel a lot better, Mr. Priest," Gare said gratefully. "I thought I was the only one who'd ever had these ideas, and that's a really lonesome sort of feeling."
"I think that maybe you'd better get used to that, boy," Emdahl told him. "You seem to be able to instinctively grasp concepts that others can only touch the edges of after a lifetime of study."
Emdahl sighed regretfully.
What a theologian we could have made of this boy if we'd gotten to him first."
"He's doing just fine on his own, Emdahl," Dwyer said. "Don't tamper with him."
"Unguided thought can be very dangerous," Emdahl declared.
"Both of my brothers feel the same way," she said. "It's lucky for Gare that I'm the one who found him."
"Are they really your brothers, Dwyer?" he asked in a strangely subdued voice.
"It's a bit more complex than that, Emdahl, but the word brother comes fairly close. Now then, why don't we all go over to the window and find out what the bad people are up to?" The light outside the window blurred and grew darker.
"What's going on?"
Yodon demanded in an alarmed voice.
"The window's moving, Your Eminence," Behaid explained. "It's going from here to there, and I judge that it's also going from when to when, considering the change in the light." He glanced at Dwyer. "Just exactly what are we looking at, Divinity?" he asked her.
"It's the town of Leitha in south-central Perquane," she replied. "And we're looking at yesterday evening." "That's Common sneaking down that alley, isn't it, Em?" Althalus asked, peering through the fading light. "It seems to be, yes," she replied. "I was looking for Argan, but the house has a mind of its own. Sometimes Dewas is a little lazy, so the house goes out of its way to make things easier." "That's a concept for you, Brother Behaid," Leitha said slyly. "Consider the notion of a lazy god for a while."
"Please don't do that, Leitha," Behaid pleaded. "I'm having enough trouble already. And stay out of my head right now. You don't want to see what's in there."
Exarch Emdahl looked speculatively at Behaid and Leitha, but he didn't say anything. Then, in the littered and half-dark alleyway below, Coleman opened a battered door and entered a building. The light blurred again as the window followed Gaen's mind-leech into a shabby room where Argan sat waiting.
"Did you find anything useful?"
Argan asked. The white-bearded Coleman sat down.
"The local ruler calls himself a duke," he replied. "His name's Arekad, and he's as stupid as the others have been."
"Didn't really expect anything else, old boy," the blond priest in the scarlet robe replied. "What about the local Scopus?"
"He's a fairly typical brown-robed churchman. He fawns all over the duke and squeezes every penny he can get out of the commons. This pot's already simmering, Argan. One good sermon should bring it to a boil."
Argan smiled faintly.
"You don't necessarily need to pass this on to Gand, old chap, but I never had much confidence in those open military campaigns. It's always been easier to work from within. Pekau and Gelta should have stayed in the Dark Ages where they belonged.
If Gant had listened to me in the first place, we'd already have Wekti and Treboria in our pockets, and the rest of the lands would be opening their doors to welcome us.
Possibly, but it doesn't matter all that much to you and me, Argan. Gan's the one who has to explain it to the Master. I rather think the Master's growing impatient. We don't really have forever to finish up. Those military campaigns in Wekti and Treboria were a waste of time, and that was Gen's fault, not ours.
Couldn't agree more, old boy, Argan said. We want men's hearts and minds, not their bodies, and the key to that is the Temple of Dwea in Magu. If you and I can present that place to the Master as a gift, he might just send our glorious leader packing.
My, aren't we ambitious?
Coman observed. I'm better suited for the job than Gend ever would be, old chap. You know that as well as I do. When we're done with this, I'll sit at the right hand of Daiva in Nagarash, and you'll sit at his left, and the world will bow down to us.
It's a pretty picture, Argan, but you still have to get past Gehend, and that might take a bit of doing.
Althalus got around him without too much trouble.
You're good, Argan, but not that good.
We'll discover that in time, old boy. Are you with me in this?
Up to a point. If Gehend finds out what you're doing, though, you're on your own.
Wouldn't have it any other way, old boy. Let's go report our progress to Gehend. I wouldn't make things sound too easy, though, if you get my drift. Althalus rolled over in his bed and punched his pillow a few times. Then, grumbling to himself, he settled down and slowly drifted off to sleep. The vast temple at Magu seemed deserted, and then 2 cleaning ladies with brooms and mops and dust rags entered. They wore aprons, and their hair was protected by kerchiefs, and as they entered, the song of the knife serenaded them. One scrubbed woman was pale blonde Leitha, and the other was perfect Dwea. And pale Leitha, weeping, did seat herself upon the stones of the temple floor, and she took up a garment of finest weave. Still sobbing, she tore one sleeve from the garment and cast it up into the silent air, and the knife cried out also as the sleeve vanished in the air. And the face of Dwea was sad. And weeping still did pale Leitha tear the other sleeve from the garment of finest weave, and once again cast she that torn sleeve into the air, and once again the knife cried, and the sleeve vanished. And then did Leitha, with tears upon her face, rip the garment of finest weave into fragments small, casting each in turn after the vanished sleeves. And when she was done, the garment of finest weave was no more, and pale Leitha cast herself face down on the floor before the altar, and wept, even as a broken-hearted child. But perfect Dwea comforted her not, but proceeded unto the altar. Then stopped she there, and brushed the top of the altar with meticulous care, catching her brushing in one perfect hand. And then did she cast the fruit of her brushing into the air, and it was even as dust. Then caused she that window which men call Behaid to be opened, and behold, a great wind did issue forth from the window Behaid, and the knife sang, and the dust was there no more. And then the goddess looked about with calm satisfaction. And now, she spake, my temple is once more immaculate and undefiled. Chapter 39. Did you sleep well, gentlemen? Althalus slyly asked the exarchs the next morning as they gathered in the dining hall.
Quite well, actually,
the silver-haired Yerdon replied. All except for a rather peculiar dream I had. I can't seem to get it out of my mind for some reason. Let me guess. 2 cleaning ladies were tidying up the temple. One of them was ripping up a shirt, and the other one was dusting off the altar. Was that sort of the way it went? How did you know that? Yerdon asked in a startled tone. You aren't the only one who was dreaming last night. This has happened before, but this time the dream was probably a gift from Dwea. We've all had these peculiar dreams before, but the other ones came from Daiva. You don't really want to start having those dreams.
You should know all about dreams, Yerdon,
Exarch Emdal rasped.
You white robes make more money interpreting dreams than you do casting horoscopes. What was that peculiar noise in the dream, Althalus?
The Song of the Knife, Emdal. The dreams of Leitha have an entirely different sound. Most dreams don't really mean too much, but when they start singing to you, it's time to pay attention. The dream visions are usually an alternative to reality. The ones we've encountered before were again attempts to modify certain events in the past in order to change what happened next. Sometimes they're fairly blatant, but that one last night was about as complicated as they're likely to get. Of course, Emmy's much more subtle than her brothers. If I'm reading last night's dream vision correctly, it had to do with the purification of Dwea's temple in Magu.
That's our temple,
Exarch Alekon objected. For now, perhaps, but it was the temple of Dwea a few thousand years ago. If she happens to decide that she wants it back, you will be out in the street. Anyway, we were talking about metaphors yesterday, and that might be the best way to explain last night's dream. Dwea and Leitha are going to clean out the temple right enough, but it's not going to involve dusting and mopping. Over the years, your order has grown corrupt. You're just a little too interested in money and power, and your treatment of the commons has opened the door for Gen's underling, Argan. He's an unfrocked priest, so he knows how to preach. His sermons are mostly denunciations of the injustices of your order, and he's reaching a very willing audience. Gehend tried invasions by armies in Vecti and Treboria. Now he's trying social revolution, and that's far more dangerous. Evidently, Dwea is going to step in personally this time, and when she cleans house, she goes all the way down to bedrock. She'll sweep away everything that offends her, and you brown robes might very well wind up on the dust heap with Argan and Coman.
Dewas won't permit that,
Alekon exclaimed. I wouldn't be too sure about that, Your Eminence. Dwea and her brother argue quite often, but they do love each other. Dewas is a distant god, but Dwea gets personally involved. If you offend her, she will take steps, and Dewas won't interfere. The three exarchs looked uneasily at Dwea, but she smiled faintly and said nothing.
Emmy was reaching on up ahead with her dream thing, wasn't she?
Geher suggested to Althalus.
I mean, it hasn't happened yet, has it? Wasn't it sort of like that one we all had when the bad lady was standing on Undine's neck?
You're probably right, Geher, Althalus agreed. Emmy jumps around in time fairly often, so sometimes it's a little hard to know exactly when she is. This time it did have a sort of not-yet feel to it, and I get a strong feeling that Brother Behade's going to be involved somehow.
Not yet, love, Dwea's voice murmured. A few things have to happen before we get to that. Right after breakfast, let's go up to the tower and see what Argan's doing.
If that's what you want, Em, Althalus agreed.
Where is that, Sergeant Kalor?
Behade asked when they joined the hard-bitten Aram at the west window of the tower.
Dial, Kalor replied. After somebody finally woke up and set fire to Bago, the peasants packed up all their loot and marched in a more or less northeasterly direction. The defences of Dial are a joke, so I don't imagine the city will hold out for very long. Argan and Coman are there, and I think Argan's getting ready to make a speech to fire up the peasants. It's called a sermon, Sergeant, Behade said with a slightly pained expression. Galor shrugged. Whatever, he replied indifferently. I'm an Aram, so I'm not too well versed in religious terminology. When some idiot jumps up and starts shouting, "My God's better than your God," I don't pay very much attention, except to hide my purse.
Wise precaution, Althalus murmured. I'm just a bit curious to see how good Argan really is, though. He has managed to stir things up here in Perquain, so he's probably fairly eloquent.
Here they come, Eliar reported from the window.
I think you gentlemen might want to listen to the competition, Althalus suggested to the exarchs. I'm sure he'll do his best to touch as many sore points as he can manage. A vast mob of ragged peasants flowed across the frozen fields of northern Perquain toward the grim walls of the city of Dial. Here and there the crowd was dotted with more splendidly dressed individuals, fairly clear evidence that the clothing of assorted nobles had been a part of the loot taken from the coastal cities. Exarch Alacon's face had turned pale. "I didn't know there were that many," he said with a certain dismay. "They go on forever."
"It's winter time, Alacon," Emdal rasped. "They don't really have anything else to do."
Sergeant Callow was looking at the ocean of peasants advancing on Dail.
"I think we're in trouble," he said bleakly. "They don't know how to fight, and the only thing they're really interested in is looting. But it looks as if just about every peasant in Perquane's joining the rebellion. Fighting that mob's out of the question. There aren't enough professional soldiers in all of Aram to stand up to that crowd, and no clan chief stupid enough to even try. The aristocracy always seems to forget just how many peasants there really are. Once the peasantry's been aroused and given some sort of goal, there's no way to stop them." "It looks to me as if you might have picked the wrong side, Alacon," Eudon observed rather smugly. "The nobility of Perquane has all the money, but the peasants have the numbers. I'd make a run for it, if I were you."
"Coman," Leitha said rather cryptically, "and Argan?"
"Where?" Behaid asked her.
"Up at the front of the crowd," she replied, peering out the window. "There," she said, pointing. "They're riding in that farm wagon."
"Can we get a bit closer, ma'am?" Callow asked Dwyer. "I think we might want to listen to them."
"Of course, Sergeant," she agreed, making a sort of gesture at the window. The scene below blurred briefly, and then it cleared again, and they seemed to be just above a rickety farm wagon that was jolting over the frozen ground as the pair of weary-looking oxen drawing it plodded toward Dayu.
"Do your people know what they're supposed to do?"
Argan was asking Coman. Argan was dressed in an artfully patched red robe, and he'd obviously not shaved for several weeks.
"You worry too much," Coman replied. "Everything's set up exactly the way you want it."
Coman was dressed in burlap rags, tied here and there with bits of twine.
"Just ask the questions, Argan. You'll get the answers you want. I think you'd better fire these dirt balls up a bit. The enthusiasm's starting to fade, and that uncontrolled looting in the coastal cities is starting to cut into your numbers. Peasants with nothing to lose will follow just about anybody. But a peasant who's just filled his purse with gold usually wants to live long enough to spend it."
"I can set fire to them again, old boy," Argan replied confidently.
"I can preach the birds down out of the trees if I really want to. Is Gend around anywhere nearby?"
Coman shook his grizzled head.
"Not close enough for me to find him. I think he's still in Nagarash trying to smooth over the death of Yakag. That's not sitting very well with the master."
"What a shame," Argan replied sardonically.
"Things are going rather well for us, aren't they?
Once we present the master with Dweya's temple in Magu, I think he might just decide that he doesn't really need Gand anymore."
"Let's wait until we take Magu before we start celebrating, Argan," Coman replied. "Althalus is still out there, you know, and he's outsmarted Gand at every turn. You'll have to get past him to take the temple in Magu, and I'm not sure that you're up to it." "You seem to have quite a reputation in the enemy camp, Althalus," Emdal rasped.
"I'm good," Althalus replied depreciatingly. "Everybody knows that."
"Turn aside, Coman,"
Argan instructed when the wagon was about a half-mile from the gates of Dail. "Let's get up on top of that knoll so they can all see me."
"Right,"
Coman agreed. "Make sure they can all hear me," Argan added.
"No problem,"
Coman said, reining their tired oxen around.
"I didn't quite follow that,"
Exarch Emdal rasped.
"That mob spread out for miles, and nobody can talk loud enough to make himself heard that far."
"Coman's going to take care of that, Your Eminence," Leitha told him.
"How?"
She shrugged.
"I'm not entirely certain,"
she admitted. "It's one of those little tricks, Emdal," Althalus said.
"Could you do it?"
Probably, if I really wanted to. I'd have to get the proper word from Emmy, though. The books are involved, and that always gets a little complicated.
Some sort of miracle, then?
Well, sort of. We can talk about it some other time, though. Let's see what Argan has to say right now. When their rickety wagon reached the top of the knoll, the blond Argan pulled his ragged hood up to conceal his face, and rose to stand pensively in the wagon, while Coman's people quieted the unruly crowd. After a certain degree of order had been established, Argan pushed back his hood and raised his head with an expression of noble suffering on his face.
"My brothers and sisters,"
he spoke in a voice throbbing with emotion. The crowd fell silent.
"My brothers and sisters,"
Argan repeated.
"much have we suffered in our quest for justice. Now is the very dead of winter, and the cold north wind bites our flesh, while the frozen ground bruises our feet. Unshod and pearly clad, we have struggled our way across Perquane, while cruel winter swirls about us. We hunger and thirst, but not for bread and water. Our hunger and our thirst go far deeper. And what is the unattainable goal which we seek? Justice!"
a stout peasant bellowed in a voice like a crack of thunder.
"A well-chosen word, my brother,"
Argan agreed.
"Justice indeed. But who stands athwart our path to simple justice?" "The nobility!" another peasant shouted. "Ah, yes," Argan agreed. "The ones who call themselves noble. In truth, however, I see very little nobility in what they have done to us adown the endless centuries. The fair land of Perquane is fertile, and she brings forth food in abundance. But how much of that food is allotted to us? None!"
a slatternly woman with wild, matted hair shrieked.
"Well said, my sister," Argan agreed. "None is our allotment, none is our breakfast, and none is our supper. We gorge ourselves on none. We expend our lives in wresting food from the rich land of Perquane, and whole bushels of none is our only reward. Those who call themselves noble have taken from us all that we have, and they still demand more. And when there is no more to surrender up to them, then are we beaten with whip and club, not to satisfy their greed, but rather to fulfill their lust for cruelty. And is this noble? No!" 100 voices burst forth. "And should we respect these foul villains? No! We starve in the midst of plenty, my brothers and sisters, and they who call themselves noble oppress us beyond reason, for they believe it is their God-given right to do so. Better far to be a horse or a dog than a commoner in Perquane. But let us consider this but yet a bit further, my brothers and sisters. We have lived out our lives under the heels of our oppressors, and we know them well. Has anyone here ever seen a noble who could with any certainty tell his right hand from his left?"
The crowd roared with laughter.
"Or tie his own shoes?"
They laughed again.
"Or scratch his own backside when it itches?"
"He's pushing that a little,"
Amdahl growled. "He's playing to his audience, Your Eminence," Althalus explained. "Peasants tend to be a little earthy."
"Since our unspeakably noble nobility is too stupid to tell night from day," Argan continued, "it's fairly obvious that someone or something is leading them down the path of oppression and injustice. Who or what do you suppose that might be, brothers and sisters?"
"The church!"
A deep voice came from the center of the throng.
"That was smooth," Exarch Yerdon noted. "Surely you don't agree with that apostate?" Alacon said in a shocked voice.
"I was talking about his skill, not his message, Alacon," Yerdon explained.
"He's good, there's no question about that."
Then cruelty and oppression are a part of the nature of the true God? Argan asked the crowd. No, a dozen voices responded. Then it would seem that the Church of Perquane has strayed from the true course set forth by God himself. That's not particularly surprising, though. The brown robes are notorious for twisting the words and intent of God in their quest for wealth and power. They preach submission to us and oppression to the nobility. We are dressed in rags and live in crude hovels, which cannot protect us from the weather. But the nobility wears velvet and rich furs, and their houses are palaces. And just who has told the pampered and stupid nobility that this is right and proper? The brown robes, a voice thundered from the midst of the crowd. Our women folk are forced to submit to high-born lechers. And who tells the aristocracy that the rape of peasants is no sin? The brown robes, the crowd shouted. And what must we do to follow the true teachings of the God of all mankind? Kill, a solitary voice barked. And who is it that we must kill? The nobles. And who shares the guilt of the nobles? The brown robes. Then we must also kill the brown robes. Yes, but man must have priests, lest he stray from the true path. Tell me, citizens of Perquane, into the hands of which order would you place your souls? The red robes, Coman's well-placed underlings responded. Then the stout fellow with the deep, thunderous voice stepped out of the crowd. Lead us, brother Argan, he pleaded. Tell us what we must do, lest we die in the clutch of our oppressors. Argan's face took on an expression of exaggerated humility. I am unworthy, my brother, he replied meekly. Not as unworthy as Exarch Alekon, brother Argan, the stout man disagreed. Free us from our oppressors. Give us justice. And this is the will of all here assembled? Yes, the great shout echoed across the frozen plain. Then follow me, my brothers and sisters, through the gates of Dial, and when Dial has been purified, whither shall we go? Magu! And the vast mob surged forward, and the gates of Dial could not withstand them. He twisted everything, Exarch Alekon protested weakly. Things aren't really all that bad in Perquane. Ah, really? Exarch Yodon said with heavy sarcasm. You brown robes are notorious for your greed. I hate to admit it, but that fellow in the red robe was telling the absolute truth. And if we were the least bit honest, we'd be forced to admit that this peasant rebellion's fully justified. Not here, Yodon, Emdal rasped. I think it's time for the three of us to discuss this situation extensively and in private. He looked at Althalus. We need a room where we can talk, Althalus. Quite some distance from here, I think. The tower at the far end of the west corridor, I think, Dwyer suggested. Why don't you show them the way, Eliar? Eliar nodded. Come with me, gentlemen. Emdal looked intently at Leitha, and then he gave her a sly wink. What was that all about? Behaid asked the pale girl after the churchman had followed Eliar from the room. Your exarch just invited me to sit in during their conference, Leitha replied. He knew I was going to do it anyway, but he actually wants me to eavesdrop. He's planning what Althalus calls a flim-flam, and he wants us to go along with it. Could you be a little more specific, Leitha? Undine asked her friend. Emdal views this current unrest in Perquane as a golden opportunity, dear, Leitha explained. The brown robe order's totally corrupt, and Emdal has a sort of grand plan to jerk the brown robe power base right out from under Alekon. Without the support of the nobility of Perquane, the brown robes
are likely to be reduced to a mendicant order, begging at the roadside."
"What a splendid idea!"
Undine giggled.
"How does Emdal plan to pull that off?"
"He's still working on the details, but in a general sort of way he wants to use Argan's sermon to frighten Alekon into pulling all his priests out of Perquain. He'll throw the words temporary and interim around to keep Alekon from realizing that he won't be coming back to Perquain when this is all over."
"My exarch's very shrewd," Behaid said proudly. "When things quiet down here in Perquain, Alekon's going to discover that the Black Robes have replaced him."
"Not exactly," Leitha said with a sly little smile. "Emdal's still working on some details, but a direct open confrontation between the Black Robes and the Brown Robes would probably start a war that would make the peasant revolt look like a stroll in the park by comparison, wouldn't it?"
"You're hiding something from me, Leitha," Behaid accused.
"Would I do that?" she said with feigned wide-eyed innocence. "Little old me?"
Behaid threw his hands in the air. "Women," he said.
The conference in the tower at the end of the west corridor lasted for several days, and Eliar, who'd been carrying meals to the three ecclesiasts, reported that it was a fairly lively affair. Then, about mid-afternoon on a snowy day, the churchmen returned to Dwea's tower. Exarch Alekon looked a bit solemn, but Emdal and Yerdon wore expressions of bleak satisfaction.
"We are agreed," Emdal announced. "The crisis in Perquain is the direct result of our policies. Alekon's most responsible, of course, but there's enough blame to go around. We've all concentrated our efforts on powerful men and neglected the commoners. We thought that men of power could command the commoners to accept our doctrines, but that, of course, was a mistake. Powerful men can command the actions of weaker men, but not their thoughts or beliefs. The Scarlet Robe Argan has saddled our blunder, and he'll ride it straight through the doors of the temple in Magu, unless we take certain steps immediately."
"Immediately might not be quite soon enough, Exalted One,"
Undine said rather pointedly.
"The aristocracy of Perquain's notorious for its treatment of the poor, and the Brown Robe Order's been painted with the same brush. I may be just a silly girl, but even I know that the well-being of any society depends far more on the peasantry and the city laborers than it does on the nobility. The three orders have betrayed the commons so often that they'll never trust you."
"My point exactly," Emdal replied.
Then he smirked at Yerdon and Alekon.
"Notice, dear friends, that even this tiny child has seen directly to the core of our blunder."
"All right, Emdal," Alekon said acidly. "You don't have to beat us over the head with it. Get to the point and let's get on with this."
"What a splendid idea, Alekon," Emdal agreed. "We need someone to counter the exaggerations of this Argan, and no commoner in his right mind would ever believe anything that came from the mouth of any member of the established clergy."
"That pretty well sums it up, yes," Althalus agreed. "What are you gentlemen going to do about it?"
"We need a new voice, that's all," Emdal said, shrugging. "A voice untainted by our past mistakes."
"What exactly is this surprise you have for us, Emdal?" Dwyer asked.
"We founded a new order of clergy, that's all. The new order will wear different robes from ours, so they'll be uncontaminated by the things we've done in the past. They'll minister to the poor and the despised. They won't live in palaces, and they won't associate with the aristocracy." "It's a start, perhaps," Behaid noted, a bit dubiously. "But if you excuse me, my exarch, will there be time enough for this new order to counter the preachings of Argan? He's already gathered a multitude of followers, and he'll be leading them toward Magu before the week's out." "I expect it'll take a certain amount of inspired preaching, Brother Behaid,"
Emdal agreed, but I'm positive that you are up to it.
Behade's face went suddenly dead white.
Me?
He gasped.
It was one of the few things we agreed upon, Exarch Behade,
Yudon told him.
You're the only possible choice. Your order will wear robes of grey, and they'll take vows of poverty. The issue of chastity came up during our discussions, but we decided that we might offend Divine Dwyer if we were to insist.
Wise decision, Leitha observed.
Absolutely out of the question, Behade announced quite firmly. I'm not even a priest anymore. The vow is permanent, Emdal rasped. You can't give it and then take it back. I murdered a man, my exarch, Behade said in a flat, emotionless voice. You did what? I drove a sword through a man in Arya Andine's throne room. I am damned.
Well now, Alacon said, his plump face suddenly creased with a broad smile. That changes everything, doesn't it, Emdal? I guess I won't be leaving Magoo after all.
This is a problem, Emdal, Yudon said gravely. A murder automatically disqualifies any priest. Be serious, Yudon, Emdal rasped. We've all arranged occasional assassinations.
But we don't personally do the killing. It's a technicality, probably, but it is one of the hard and fast rules. Until Brother Behade's sin is expiated, some sort of penance, I'd imagine, he most certainly can't be elevated.
Who was this fellow you killed, Behade? Emdal demanded.
His name was Yakag, Your Eminence.
Undine stepped in.
And I think Brother Behade was exaggerating. Yakag was not a man in the usual sense of the word. He was more demon than man. Even Gehend was afraid of that one. Then, too, Yakag had just butchered a young fellow Brother Behade was grooming for the priesthood. Exarch Yudon can tell you about the young man. He was a shepherd from Wekti named Salkan.
Salkan is dead? Yudon exclaimed in a stricken voice.
I'm afraid so, Your Eminence,
Undine replied.
Argan ordered Yakag to kill Brother Behade, but Salkan grabbed Ilia's sword and jumped in front of Behade to protect him. Yakag killed him, and then Behade killed Yakag. Since it happened in Treboria, our laws would take precedence, and in Treborian law, what happened was not murder. It was fully justified.
Brother Behade's subject to church law, Alacon said stubbornly. Until he has served out his penance, he cannot hold any office in any order. He smirked at Emdal. Your clever scheme just flew out the window, didn't it? He said smugly. Emdal scowled at him.
Perhaps not,
Yudon said. Define the word penance, Alacon.
Prayer, fasting, isolation, hard labor, whatever punishment his exarch decides is appropriate.
Stop trying to get around this, Yudon. Let's take a look at hard labor, shall we? Yudon said smoothly. The present situation in Purquain sort of suggests to me that the exarch of the Grey Robes will have to work harder than just about any other man in the world. Brother Behade can expiate his crime by taking on the most difficult job in the world.
Expiation through service, Emdal agreed. Brilliant, Yudon.
That's pure sophistry, Alacon protested.
Of course it is, Emdal agreed, but it's good sophistry. Brother Behade is still technically a black robe, so that gives me the final authority over him, doesn't it?
Well, technically, I suppose, Alacon reluctantly agreed.
Very well, then. Let's take care of certain formalities before we go any further. May I use your table, divinity? He asked Dwyer.
Of course, Exarch Emdal, she replied. The harsh-faced Emdal seated himself at the marble table and pulled up his hood.
Would you be so good as to present the charges to the court, Yudon?
That's not the way it's done, Alacon protested.
That depends entirely on who's running things, Alacon, Emdal said. brother behaves a black robe, and that puts him under my jurisdiction. The trial and the final judgment is in my hands. The court will hear the charges, Exarch Yerdon.
Yerdon rose to his feet, also pulling up his hood.
The prisoner is charged with murder, Harley Emdal, he intoned, and freely has he confessed to this crime. How says the prisoner? Emdal demanded sternly. Quickly, quickly, Behaid, it's almost supper time. I am guilty, my Exarch, Behaid answered in a broken voice, for I deliberately killed the man called Yakag. And will you submit to the judgment of this court? In all things, my Exarch, Behaid agreed. The prisoner will kneel to hear the judgment of the court, Emdal announced sternly.
Trembling, Behaid sank to his knees. Emdal absently placed his hand on the book.
The prisoner stands convicted of the crime of murder, he announced in a formal tone. Has the prisoner anything to say before the court passes judgment?
Behaid faltered.
I didn't think so, Emdal cut him off. It is the judgment of this court that you shall serve out the remainder of your life at hard labor, and moreover the labor which you shall undertake shall be to serve as the Exarch of the Grey Robe Order, and may the gods have mercy on your miserable soul. But shut up, Behaid, Emdal snapped. Now get on your feet and go to work.
That was slick, Emdal, Althalus complimented the black-robe Exarch as they followed the others downstairs to supper.
I'm glad you liked it, Emdal smirked. I can't take all the credit, though. Expiation through hard labor was Yerdon's idea in the first place. I'm surprised you didn't think of it yourself.
I don't look at the world in quite the same way you priests do, Althalus replied. I'm a professional criminal, so I don't get very worked up about my assorted sins. Yakag needed killing, but I couldn't quite get that across to Behaid. I had a certain amount of success by slamming him against a wall, though.
Interesting variation, Emdal noted. Behaid was suffering from his sense of guilt. We needed him in a certain position, so all I did was define that position as a punishment. He wanted to be punished, so now we're both getting exactly what we want.
And I'm getting what I want as well.
That went by a little fast.
Behaid's sense of his guilt was separating him from Leitha, and that was starting to make her come unraveled.
The witch? I didn't think anything could bother that one. She's made of steel, isn't she?
Not really, Emdal. She's very fragile, and she needs love. She's chosen me to be her father. Me, of all people.
You could do worse, Emdal noted. You got more than your share of faults, Althalus, but you do love everybody in your little group of followers. With a little training, you'd make a good priest. Of course, that's what you really are, isn't it? You're the Exarch of the Church of Dwea, aren't you?
We aren't quite that formal, Emdal. Emmy's a lot more relaxed than her brothers are. As long as we love her, she's perfectly happy. She even purrs.
Purrs?
It would take much too long to explain, Althalus told him.
It's probably the best we can do on such short notice, Behaid,
Emdal said when they'd all returned to the temple at Magu a few days later.
Alekon wasn't very happy about it, but we all finally agreed that our orders were going to have to give the Grey Robes a free hand. Your order won't be very large. That vow of poverty makes most priests start to choke, so you won't have very many voluntary followers at first.
There'll be some, though, who'll be involuntary, Yerdon added dryly.
No, Behaid declared adamantly. You gentlemen aren't going to use the Grey Robes as a garbage heap for your undesirables.
Now, wait a minute, Exarch Behaid, Alekon said. Your order's less than a week old. You're definitely subordinate to the three of us.
Then we can just forget the whole idea, Behaid said, his face hardening. If all you three are trying to do is throw a sop to the commons to quiet the current unrest, I'll have no part in it. Something along those lines would just be a preparation of the blunder that opened the door to Agan in the first place. Can't you see that?
He's got a point there, Emdal conceded grudgingly. Then he shook his head and made a wry face. I think I may have let one of the good ones get away. If I'd been paying attention the way I'm supposed to, I could have groomed Brother Behaid to be my successor.
Not if I'd seen him first, Emdal, Yurdon disagreed.
Emmy wants to talk with you, Althalus, Heliar said quietly as they were all leaving Exarch Lacon's ornate office.
Oh? Am I in trouble again?
She didn't say. I don't think so, though. Why don't you use the door to your room? I'll stand guard outside.
All right. They went along the corridor of the temple where the quarters Exarch Lacon had provided them were located, and Eliar opened the door to the room assigned to Althalus. Just beyond that door were the familiar stairs. Dwyer was waiting in the tower room when Althalus came up the steps. She held her arms out to him, and they wordlessly embraced.
Is something amiss, Em? He asked her.
No, actually, things are going quite well. Behaid's turning out even better than I'd expected. That's something I wanted to explain to you. I think it's important for you to know what's really happening.
I thought it was fairly obvious, Em.
Not entirely, Pet. The words on the knife are just a bit more complex than they appear on the surface. What did it tell you to do?
Seek. Didn't that mean that I was supposed to wander around and find the others?
It goes perhaps a bit further than that, love. You were also supposed to find me.
I'd already done that, hadn't I?
Not really. You'd found Emmy the cat, but you hadn't found me yet when you first saw the knife.
I suppose I hadn't at that. Where are we going here?
We'll get to it, Althalus. When Eliar saw the word lead, he thought it meant that he was supposed to command an army, but that's not what it meant at all. Andine read obey, and that's how she defeated Gelter.
All right, I can follow you so far. Leitha's supposed to listen, except that she doesn't do it with her ears. We've already used that particular capability of hers any number of times.
It's going to be just a bit more complicated than that when she meets Common.
I sort of gathered that. She knows what she's going to have to do, and she doesn't like it one little bit. She cried all over the front of my tunic after she tacked that daddy onto me. Just exactly what is it that she's supposed to do to Common?
She'll listen, Althalus, and when she listens, Common won't be able to hear any more. It's a very subtle sort of procedure.
But awful?
Very, very awful. That's why Leitha needs you so desperately. Don't scold her when she calls you Daddy. She's crying out for help. Comfort her as much as you can.
In that dream you wished off on all of us, what the deuce was that shirt she was tearing apart?
That was Common, love.
She's going to rip him all to pieces? Isn't that just a little gruesome?
Quite a bit worse than gruesome, love, Dwyer said sadly, but it has to be done. Next we come to Behaid. Illuminate might just be the most complicated word of the lot. Ultimately, Behaid's going to expose Argan and his scarlet robes for what they really are, the priesthood of Daiva.
I didn't see anything like that in the dream vision.
Then you weren't watching, Althalus. What was I doing?
You brushed all the dust off the altar into your hand. Then you tossed it up into the air, and a breeze from the window blew it away. He frowned. But that window was Behaid in some peculiar way. That was the part that really confused me.
Behaid's task is to illuminate, Althalus, and that's what windows are for. They let in light, but they also let a breeze come in. The dream turned Argan into dust. I tossed him up into the air, and the breeze that came through the window we call Behaid blew the dust that was Argan away. Look upon the dream vision I gave you as a metaphor. She paused. That is the most useful word. All sorts of things can be explained as metaphors.
In a non-metaphorical sense, what's really going to happen to Argan?
His body will lose its cohesion, and the tiny bits that were originally Argan will float in the air. Then the window we know as Behaid will let in a breeze. A good stiff breeze clears the air and lets in the truth. That's another kind of illumination, isn't it?
Will Argan ever come back together again?
I don't think so, no.
So Behaid kills again, right? He was just practicing when he killed Yakag. His real task is to kill Argan. Why all this beating around the bush, Em? Why didn't you just come right out and tell me that you want Behaid to murder Argan? Her green eyes narrowed, and she hissed at him. He laughed delightedly. "Oh, I do love you, Em," he declared, taking her in his arms and affectionately nuzzling at the side of her neck. She suddenly giggled almost girlishly and tried to pull away and to hunch up her shoulder to cover her neck. "Please don't do that, Althalus," she said. "Why not?" he asked with wide-eyed innocence. "Because it tickles, that's why." "Are you ticklish, Em?" "We'll discuss that some other time." He grinned at her slyly. "I can hardly wait," he said, laughing. Chapter 40. Brother Behaid looked distinctly uncomfortable in the ornate chair in Exarch Alecon's former office. "Do I really have to use this room, Althalus?" he asked a bit plaintively after they'd been in Magu for about a week. Althalus shrugged. "Not if it bothers you, Behaid. What's wrong with it?" "It's too luxurious. I'm trying to recruit priests for an order that's supposed to take a vow of poverty. This isn't really the place for that." "Select another room, then. How's the recruiting coming along?" "Not too well, really," Behaid admitted. "Most of the applicants still believe that joining the clergy is an easy road to wealth and power. As soon as I tell them what's going to be expected of them, they lose interest. The ones who keep smiling and nodding are usually brown robes in disguise. Alecon's doing his best to infiltrate my order, but Leitha's been weeding his people out for me. When we get to the bottom of it, though, it's a good day when I manage to get 3 acceptable candidates." "I think you might have to start raiding seminaries, Behaid," Althalus suggested. "Catch them when they are still young and idealistic." The door opened, and Leitha stood a bit hesitantly in the doorway.
"Are you busy?"
she asked. "Not noticeably," Behaid said. "The word seems to be getting around that when I say poverty, I mean just that. Come in." Leitha entered and crossed the large room.
"Is there some way for you to block out the eavesdroppers, Daddy?" she whispered to Althalus. "Alecon's got several people hidden behind the walls of this place. They're reporting every word back to him."
"We should have expected that, I guess," Althalus observed. He frowned, roving back through the pages of the book. "This might turn the trick," he muttered.
"Why not ask Dwyer?"
Leitha suggested. "I'd like to see if I can find one on my own," Althalus replied. Then he said, "Cadlia," waving one hand in the air.
"Cadlia?"
Dwyer's voice echoed incredulously in his mind. "I have trouble with negatives, Em," he admitted. "I can usually come up with the right word when I want to tell somebody to do something. Telling him not to do it gets a little confusing. Did it work?"
"Well, sort of. Alecon's spies will still hear you, but they won't pay any attention to what you're saying, or to what anybody else says, for that matter. They're going to be a little strange from now on."
"All priests are strange. No offense intended, Behaid."
"There's something else," Leitha told him. "Alekon isn't too happy about what Emdal and Yedon rammed down his throat back in the house, so he's hiding many of his brown robes among the general population of Magu. In disguise, of course. He hasn't advised Prince Marvain that Brother Behaid's taking over in Perquain yet. I don't think it's very far off, though. Marvain's not the brightest fellow in the world, I guess, and Alecon's made a career out of manipulating him. He seems to be fairly sure he can persuade Marvain to pretend to accept the grey robes, but as soon as Behaid's eliminated Argan and put down the peasant revolt, Alekon plans to have Marvain march back into Magu, resume his former position, stamp out the grey robe order vigorously, and hand Perquain back to the brown robes."
"They want me to pull their irons out of the fire, and then they come back and get rid of me, I suppose,"
Behaid said bleakly. "Why don't we get rid of them first?" Althalus suggested.
I'm not too interested in general murder, Althalus.
That isn't what I had in mind, Brother Behaid, Althalus said with a wicked grin. Maybe it's time for Exarch Alacon and Prince Marvain to take a little trip.
Oh, Behaid said. Where do you plan to send them?
Somewhere a lot further away than just across the border into western Triboria. I think we might prefer it for them to be far enough away that they'll be very old before they reach Margot again. Let's gather up the rest of the children and go home. Emmy can use the windows to help us find a new residence for Alacon and Marvain. The far side of the moon, maybe.
Why not just kill them?
Gare asked when they reached the house.
That's the easiest way to get bad people out from underfoot, isn't it?
Have you been talking with this boy again, Althalus? Dwyer asked accusingly. Not recently, Em, Althalus replied. Gare can come up with ideas without too much help from me. All I really want to do is put those two so far away that they won't come back for 50 or 60 years.
I think Dweria might be the place you're looking for, Pet.
Where's Dweria?
It's on beyond the east coast of Placand.
Placand has a coast? Eliar asked. I thought it was just grassland that sort of went on forever.
Nothing goes on forever, Eliar, Dwyer told him. The world's a globe, a round ball. Anyway, the east coast of Placand is about 1,000 miles from Cerdon. Dweria's a very large island, a couple of 1,000 miles from that coast.
What's it like? Behaid asked.
Very much like Huel, primeval forest with enormous trees and lots of wild animals.
No people? Gare asked.
Oh, there are people there, she replied, but Alacon and Marwain wouldn't be able to talk with them, since the people there wouldn't understand what they're saying.
Are they stupid or something? Gare asked.
No, they speak a different language, that's all.
People talk is people talk, Emmy, the boy objected.
Dogs talk with bow-wows, birds talk with tweet-tweets, and people talk with words. Everybody knows that.
No, Gare, she said gently. Actually, there are dozens of different human languages, maybe hundreds.
That's silly.
Silly is part of the definition of humans, Gare. Anyway, the island's a bit larger than Triboria, and it's all one vast forest. The people there are very primitive, stone tools, animal skin clothes, and very little in the way of farming.
No boats? Althalus asked.
Rafts are about all.
It might be quite difficult for 2 men to row a raft across 2,000 miles of open water,
Undine suggested. Almost impossible, dear, Dwyer agreed. That's the main reason I suggested Dweria. Alacon's a churchman and Marwain's a noble. Neither of them know anything about tools, so they'd never be able to build a real boat. If we put them there, that's where they'll stay, permanently.
We'll miss them something awful, though, won't we?
Gare smirked.
We'll just have to be brave about it, I suppose,
Leitha sighed in false resignation.
I'm pretty brave, Leitha,
Gare told her.
If I grit my teeth real hard, I can probably stand it.
I love this boy, Leitha said fondly.
What are you talking about, Behaid? Alacon demanded when the exarchs responded to Behaid's summons the next morning. I'm trying to save your lives, Alacon, Behaid explained. You heard Argan's sermon at Dial. The peasants are butchering every priest they find. I must get you gentlemen to safety.
There are safe places where we can hide, Alacon scoffed.
Oh, really?
Althalus said. The peasants and city laborers are everywhere, Exarch Alacon, and all it'd take to expose you and your brown robes would be one set of curious eyes. Behaid's right. If you want to live, leave, and take Prince Marvain with you.
I think you'd better listen to him, Alacon, Exarch Emdal rasped. And maybe you and I'd better listen too, Yerdon. We selected Behaid to deal with the situation here in Perquain, so why don't we just pack up and leave so that he can do his job?
It might be best, Yerdon agreed. A weary-looking priest entered the office and spoke with Alacon.
Prince Marwain is here, my exarch, he announced.
He demands an immediate audience.
We aren't quite through here yet, brother, Behaid told the priest. Tell Marwain that he'll have to wait. Alacon's pudgy face went pale, and his eyes bulged.
You can't do that, he gasped. Marwain's the ruler of Magu. Nobody keeps him waiting.
Nothing ever stays the same, Alacon, Althalus said philosophically. It would be good for Marwain to discover that. Nobody's going to take Behaid's grey robe seriously with the rest of us lurking around every corner, Hemdal rasped. We hired him to do a job, so now let's get out of his way and let him do it. But, Alacon started to protest. Your house is on fire, Alacon, Yerdon pointed out. You'd better leave while you still can, and take all your brown robes with you. We aren't dealing with ordinary people here. I had to come to grips with that during the Ansu invasion of Wekti, and what's happening here in Perquain's a continuation of that war, and our enemies aren't all human. The gates of Nagarash have been opened, Alacon, and you know what that means. Alacon's face blanched at Yerdon's mention of Nagarash. Evidently his nightmares still haunted him.
One other thing, Exarch Alacon, Leitha said pleasantly. You might as well call in the brown robes you've been trying to conceal in the general population. They can't really hide, you know. Common can sniff them out, and Argan will use them for firewood. Brother Behaid's the only one who can deal with Argan, so you and your brown robes had better run while you can.
I think we've just about exhausted the possibilities of this particular conversation, Hemdal observed. We should call in Marwain before he boils over. Let's give him his marching orders and get him out from underfoot, shall we?
Prince Marwain appeared to be on the verge of apoplexy as he stormed into the office.
How dare you!
He almost screamed.
Don't you know who I am? I've never been so insulted in my entire life.
We had a problem to deal with, Your Highness. Alacon tried to smooth things over. We do have a crisis of sorts on our hands.
This peasant uprising?
Marwain sneered.
You frighten too easily, Alacon. I'll crush their rebellion the moment they approach Magu. One word from me, and they all die.
Not too likely, Prince Marwain, Hemdal said bluntly. The peasants outnumber your forces by about 1,000 to 1.
Who is this man, Alacon?
Marwain demanded.
This is Exarch Hemdal of the Black Robes, Your Highness, Alacon replied. Let's clear the air here right now, Hemdal rasped. We've just concluded a meeting of the High Council of the Church, and the Church isn't answerable to secular authorities in purely religious matters. The Church is being realigned in response to the current crisis. The Brown Robe Order will depart, and the Grey Robes will replace them.
Why wasn't I consulted?
Marwain exclaimed.
You can't do this without my permission.
We just did.
I forbid it.
Forbid all you want, Prince Marwain, Yerdon stepped in. The Brown Robes no longer have any authority in Perquain. If you have any religious questions, you'll have to take them up with Exarch Behaid of the Grey Robe Order.
I'll call out the guard,
Marwain blustered.
I'll have you all clapped into my dungeon. Nobody makes decisions like this without my permission.
Well, Behaid, Hemdal said slyly, how do you plan to deal with this little problem?
Firmly, Behaid answered in a voice quite nearly as harsh as Hemdal's. His face turned bleak as he looked at the spluttering nobleman.
The High Council of the Church has made its decision, Prince Marwain, and that decision is final. The other orders are leaving Perquain even now, and the Grey Robes are replacing them. We are the Church now, and I'm the voice of the Church, so you'd better shut your mouth and listen to me.
Exarch Alacon winced.
I don't have the time to be diplomatic, Prince Marwain, Behaid continued.
So I'm going to put this to you rather bluntly. You and the rest of the aristocracy, with the connivance of the brown robe order, have been running roughshod over the commoners for a long time, and now it's coming home to roost. Your arrogance and outright brutality have opened the door for certain people you really don't want to meet. Those people have stirred up the commoners of Perquin to the point that nothing's going to satisfy them but blood. And it's your blood they want.
Prince Marwain's face turned pale.
You seem to have grasped my point, Behaid said. That isn't an army that's marching on Magoo, Prince Marwain. It's an undisciplined sea of people, and they'll walk right over any force you could possibly raise. They'll swarm into Magoo like a horde of ants, killing anybody who gets in their way. I wouldn't be at all surprised if their first order of business is going to be putting your head on a pole over the city gate, and then they'll probably loot Magoo right down to the cobblestones. After that, they'll most likely burn the city to the ground.
God wouldn't permit that, Marwain asserted.
I wouldn't make any large wagers on that, Your Highness, Behaid told him. I'm fairly well acquainted with God, and he doesn't usually involve himself in the affairs of men.
This is starting to get tiresome, Althalus muttered. Have you got the location of the door to the island Em told us about locked in your mind, Iliar?
Pretty much, yes, the kilted young Aram replied. We aren't going to use it now, though, are we?
I can't see any reason why not. I'll blow some smoke in Marwain's ear about a secret tunnel down in the cellar. Then we'll take him and Alekon downstairs. Pick any door down there that suits you and lead us through into the house. Then you can lead them to their new home. Pay fairly close attention to what I tell Marwain and make things sort of match up, all right?
Anything you say, Althalus,
Iliar agreed. Then Althalus rose and crossed the room to the richly dressed Prince Marwain.
Excuse me, Your Highness, he said politely. My name's Althalus, and I'm sometimes known as the Duke of Kenthane.
I've heard of you, Your Grace,
Marwain said with a slight bow.
Your Highness, Althalus also bowed. I had to set aside my personal business to assist Exarch Behaid with certain courtesies and practicalities. Churchies sometimes seem to have trouble with those, or had you noticed?
Marwain laughed.
Many, many times, Your Grace, he replied.
I thought you might have.
Althalus threw a quick glance at Exarch Alekon. The High Churchman's wooden expression strongly suggested that Dwyer had already closed down his mind.
Anyway, Althalus spoke again to Marwain, when I heard the news about this human sea marching on Magoo, I started looking for an escape route. Exarch Behaid might believe that he can pray his way out of this mess, but I think I'd prefer to look after myself. I snooped around here in the temple, and I found an ideal way to leave Magoo completely unnoticed. Since we're both noblemen, courtesy obliges me to share that information with you. He sighed theatrically.
Sometimes I'm so courteous that I can barely stand myself.
Marwain grinned broadly.
You and I are going to get along just fine, Duke Althalus, he said.
I'm sure of it. There's no real hurry at the moment, since the rebels haven't found their way here yet, but when things start getting noisy here in Magoo, we might get separated, so maybe I'd better show you, and Exarch Alekon, this quick way out of town right now, so that you'll be able to find it yourselves in the event of an emergency.
Excellent idea, Duke Althalus. Where's your escape route located?
In the cellar, of course. Underground passages almost always start in the cellar.
This one hasn't been used for centuries, if the cobwebs I had to wade through are any indication. It goes under the streets of Magoo and comes out in some woods out beyond the city walls. Nobody will see us leave, and nobody will see us when we come out of the tunnel.
We may never need it,
Marwain said.
But it might not be a bad idea to have a look at it, eh, Alekon?
As your Highness commands, Alekon said in a numb voice.
Lead the way, then, Iliar, Althalus said.
Right, Iliar replied, starting toward the door.
What are they seeing?
Althalus sent his quick thought to Iliar.
Cobwebs, torchlight, a few mice,
the young man replied.
If you've seen one tunnel, you've pretty much seen them all. You're probably right. How much farther? Just a little way. The door opens into a small clearing in the woods. When we get to it, give me a moment to adjust the door frame. It's morning in Magu, but it's already night time in Dueria. I'll have to arrange for us to come out at pretty much the same time of day so Marwain doesn't get suspicious.
Good idea, Althalus agreed. Leigh moved quickly on ahead, paused for a few moments, and then looked back.
"Here it is," he called back.
"Well, finally," Marwain said. "I was starting to think your tunnel went on forever, Duke Althalus."
"Magu is a fairly big city, Your Highness," Althalus reminded him. "Now, as soon as we come out in the woods, we'd better take a quick look around to make certain that nobody's watching us. Why don't you and the Exarch push on through to the far edge of the grove of trees, while Leigh and I go back to the side facing the city walls? We don't want some peasant with a big mouth telling everybody in town that he just saw us, do we?"
"Not even the least little bit," Marwain agreed. "A thorough search is definitely in order. After we've taken a look around, we'll meet back at the mouth of the tunnel, right?"
"Exactly," Althalus agreed. "When you get to the edge of the trees, you might want to see if there's a ravine or a brushy lane leading off to the east. If we need to be sneaky when we leave town, we should sort of plan ahead."
"You're very good at this, Duke Althalus."
"I had a fairly exciting boyhood, Your Highness. The Duchy of Kenthane was a lively place to grow up. We'll see you in half an hour or so."
"Right," Marwain agreed. "Come along, Alekon."
Then the two of them crossed the clearing and entered the woods.
"Em," Althalus called silently.
"Yes, love?"
Her voice came back immediately. "You might want to keep Alekon's head turned off for a little while. Let those two wander around in the woods for a bit before Marwain finds out the bad news."
"Whatever makes you happy, dear."
Althalus reached out and thoughtfully patted the open door.
"Keep the location of this one in mind, Leigh," he suggested. "It might be very useful on down the line. Emmy's tail fluffs out when I kill people, and this gives me an alternative. Let's go back to Magu and pick up the others. I think we'll need to have a little private conference."
"Right,"
Leigh agreed. Then he led Althalus back into the east corridor of the house and quietly closed the door behind them. Sergeant Callor had been at the window in Dwyer's tower all day, and his face was bleak when Althalus and the others came up the stairs.
"My best guess is 2 weeks," he reported. "They're consolidating their positions as they move north, and that's not really an army down there. It's an undisciplined mob, and most of them are much more interested in looting than they are in religion or social change."
"Revolutions tend to turn out that way," Dwyer said rather sadly. "The theorists make high-minded speeches. Their followers cheer and applaud briefly, and then they get back to the business of appropriating everything of value."
"You're in a cynical humor this evening, Em," Althalus noted.
"I've seen this all before, Althalus," she replied wearily. "Many, many times. An idea that's born in glory starts to tarnish almost immediately."
She sighed and then seemed to shake off her gloom.
"There are a few things you'll all need to know. The dream I gave you established what and where." "I know that you and Leitha were in the temple in Magu," Undine said, "but exactly what were you doing?" "Cleaning house," Dwyer replied simply. "Leitha disposed of Common, Bade and I dealt with Argan." "That's the where and the what, Emmy," Gael said. "But what about the when?" "Gehend always seems to play around with the when part when he comes up with one of those dream things. Did your dream thing happen now, or is it maybe in some other when?"
"It wasn't in the world of now, Gael. In order for a dream vision to really work, it has to be either in the past or in the future. Their purpose is to change things. It's remotely possible to make changes by altering now, but it's easier if you go back or forward."
"That seems to have gone right past me," Undine admitted. "That's probably because Emmy hasn't really made up her mind yet," Geher said. "I'd guess that a few more things are going to happen before she can be sure about the when part. She knows about what and where, but she can't exactly nail down the when part until the bad people get to the town with the funny name.
Magu, Leitha supplied.
I guess so,
Geher said.
Anyway, I think Emmy's waiting until Argan and the other one walk into the church before she picks out the when. I kind of think it was like that time in Recti when we all dreamed about some when the bad lady's axe was made out of a sharp rock.
I love this boy, Leitha said fondly. I could ponder the meaning of some whens for weeks on end. You should learn how to write, Ger. You have the soul of a poet.
Geher flushed.
Not really,
he admitted.
It's just that I don't know the right words for what I'm thinking, so I have to make words up. Anyway, Argan and his friend, except that they aren't really friends, are going to dash into the church, but when they go through the door, it won't be now inside. The ordinary people who are coming along behind them are going to get a real big surprise, I think, because it'll look like their leaders just got themselves turned into nothing. And that'll scare the teeth out of that crowd, I'll bet, and they'll probably decide that this revolution stuff isn't very much fun anymore. So they'll all pack up and go back home, and we won't have to kill hardly any of them at all. And that's really just about the best way there is to fight a war, don't you think? You should stop and take a breath once in a while, Ger,
Undine said fondly.
You get so enthusiastic sometimes.
Have you chosen which time you're going to use, Emmy? Eliar asked.
A time when the temple is mine, she replied.
Back in the past?
Perhaps, she said with a mysterious little smile. Or it might be in the future instead.
Are you planning to return to your temple, Dwyer?
Behaid asked, sounding a bit worried. I never left, Behaid. The temple's still mine, and it always will be. I'm just letting you use it for the time being. She gave him a sly look. Maybe someday, when you're not too busy, we should take up the matter of the back rent your church owes me for the use of my building. It's been mounting up for quite some time, you know.
How did they change their faces, Emmy?
Geher asked curiously, as they watched from the window while several scarlet-robed priests moved through the vast mob of peasants and day labourers camped outside the gates of Magu about 16 days later.
They had those steel things hanging off their helmets over in Iquero, but their faces are right out in the open over here in Perquain.
It's just an illusion, Ger. Daiva's very good at illusions, and he's taught his priests how to do it.
How are we going to make them look the way they really are when the time comes?
We won't have to, she replied. Eliar's knife will strip away the illusions when he shows it to them.
I sure wish I had a knife like that.
You don't really need one, Ger. You can see and understand reality better than anyone else in the world.
Well, maybe not yet, but I'm working on it.
Have you managed to empty out the city yet, Brother Behaid? Sergeant Callor asked. More or less, Sergeant. There are quite a few hiding in cellars and attics in the shabbier parts of town. Behaid smiled faintly. Those are the ones who will join Argan's people as soon as they come through the city gates. They're just getting an early start on the looting, I guess. Why must they always set fires? Behaid asked Althalus, as the two of them stood on the portico of the temple, waiting and watching the columns of smoke rising from various quarters of the city.
I'm not really sure, Behaid, Althalus confessed. It might just be accidental. Looters are usually fairly excited, and sometimes they get careless. My best guess, though, is that the fires are being set deliberately to punish the noblemen for their bad habits.
That's pure stupidity, Althalus,
Behaid objected. Of course it is. It's the nature of mobs to be stupid. A mob's only as clever as its stupidest member. Behaid reached out tentatively, as if to touch something directly in front of him.
Quit worrying about it, Behaid,
Althalus told him. The shield's still in place, and nothing can penetrate it, except for your voice, of course.
Are you sure?
Trust me, Behaid. Nobody's going to shoot you full of arrows or split your skull with a pickaxe. Leitha would set my brain on fire if I let anything happen to you. Are your people in place? Behaid nodded.
They'll filter into that crowd along with the local rebels, he sighed regretfully.
I wish we didn't have to do it this way, Althalus. It seems so dishonest. So, isn't it better to control a crowd my way rather than Prince Marvain's? I can't argue with that, Behaid admitted. They're coming, Althalus warned, pointing toward the other side of the square where several men armed with farm tools had just appeared. I'd better get out of sight now. I'll be at the window. It's right behind you and about 4 feet above your head. If something starts to go wrong, I'll pull you out. Let's go over this one more time. It's an elaborate little dance, so let's be sure we've got the steps right.
We've been through it a dozen times already, Althalus,
Behaid said. Humor me, brother Behaid. You start out on the portico to greet Argan and Common when they reach the steps. Ilia's going to be at the temple door. Argan and Common will come across the square, and they'll bluster at you.
And Coman will be listening to my every thought,
Behaid added. No, actually he won't. Leitha's going to blot him out. She'll fill his other set of ears with noise. Now here's where it starts to get tricky. Argan demands to be admitted to the temple, and you invite him to go inside. That's when you move back to your right, clearing the way for them.
Yes, I know, and that's when Ilia opens the temple door and goes over to the left side of the portico.
You actually remembered, Althalus said dryly. Amazing. The whole point of our little dance is to put Ilia between Argan and Common and that mob that's following them. When he raises the knife, Argan and Common are going to run one way and the mob's going to run the other. Emmy doesn't want a crowd in the temple while she's working. Then you get to preach your little sermon to the crowd, say Amen, and join the ladies in the temple. Don't dawdle, Behaid. Emmy can't start evaporating Argan until you're in place. Have you got it all straight?
As many times as we've been through it, I could probably do it in my sleep.
I'd rather you didn't, really, Brother Behaid. Keep your eyes and ears open. If something unexpected crops up, we might have to modify things a bit, and if I tell you to jump, just jump. I'm not inviting you to an extended debate. Aren't you being just a bit obvious, love? Dweher's voice murmured. Sometimes it's necessary to keep Behaid on a tight leash, Em, he replied. Every so often he breaks out in a rash of creativity. How's Leitha holding out? She knows that what she has to do is absolutely necessary. Help her as much as you possibly can, Althalus. He nodded and took his place at the window. Argan's red-clad henchmen were in the forefront of the advancing crowd as the square before the steps of the temple filled with eager commons. Then Argan and Common pushed their way forward.
On to the temple!
Argan shouted. Hold steady, Behaid, Althalus told his friend. They can't get to you, no matter what they do.
Right,
Behaid answered. Then Althalus turned slightly. You'd better go down now, he told Ilia. Try to be sort of inconspicuous. I know what to do, Althalus, Ilia replied, drawing up the cowl of the priestly grey robe he wore. Then he opened the door beside the window and stepped through to a position in the entryway of the temple. Argan and Common reached the foot of the temple steps.
Stand aside if you value your life,
Argan shouted to Behaid.
What is it that you want?
Behaid asked in an oddly formal tone.
That should be obvious by now, old boy,
Argan replied sardonically.
We're taking the temple. Now move aside while you still can. The red robes are now the Church of Perquain.
The belligerent crowd roared and began to surge forward.
Are you certain that's what you want, Argan?
Behaid asked.
It's what I will have. Magu is mine now, and I will rule Perquain from the temple.
Behaid bowed slightly.
I am here but to serve, he said. The temple awaits you.
He stepped off to his right to leave the path to the temple door open for them. Argan and Common started up the steps with the commons, and the red robes close behind them. Behaid turned slightly and nodded to Ilia. The young Aram put his hands to the massive temple doors and opened them wide. Then he stepped to the left, his head bowed in apparent subservience. Argan and Common flinched back. Beyond the open door there was fire, and hollow, despairing screams came echoing out into the square before the temple. The commoners recoiled, their faces filled with horror.
And will you enter now?
Behaid asked the now terrified crowd.
"It's a deception,"
Argan declared, his voice shrill.
"That's nothing but an illusion."
"You've been in Nagarash before, Brother Argan," Behaid said. "You know that what you're seeing is reality, not an illusion."
Eliar was moving unobtrusively among the columns on the left side of the portico. When he reached the spot Althalus had marked with paint on the marble surface, he glanced toward the window and nodded.
"Preach, Behaid," Althalus commanded.
Behaid nodded and stepped back to his former position, placing himself between the crowd and Gen's two henchmen. He raised his voice to speak to the terrified crowd in the square.
"Pay heed to this revelation, my children," he warned. "Hell itself awaits you, and the demons are already among you."
He motioned to Eliar, and the young man joined him at the front of the portico.
"Look around you, my children," Behaid intoned, "and behold the real faces of the red robes."
Eliar took out his knife and held it out before him, turning slowly so that all in the square could see it. Argan and Coleman shrieked, covering their eyes with shaking hands. There were other shrieks in the crowd as well, and Argan's scarlet-robed underlings recoiled in agony, with their commonplace features dissolving like melting wax. Althalus winced.
"Is that what they really look like?" he demanded of Dwyer.
"They're worse, actually, love," she replied calmly. "That's only the surface of what they really are." The creatures in scarlet robes were hideous. Their skin was scaly and covered with slime, and dripping fangs protruded from their mouths as their bodies swelled and expanded into enormity.
"Behold the promise of Argan, my children," Behaid thundered. "Follow him if you will, or come to the grey robes. We will guide and protect you from the demons of Nagarash, and from the injustice of those who call themselves your masters. Choose, my children, choose."
"It's Exarch Behaid,"
a disguised grey-robed priest declared.
"He's the holiest man alive."
"Listen to him," another cried. "The grey robes are the only friends we have."
The words spread quickly through the terrified crowd, even as, one by one, the demons began to vanish. Eliar turned, still holding the knife before him, and advanced on the shrinking pair in front of the temple door. With a despairing wail, Common turned, and his eyes still covered, he ran directly into the temple, with Argan close behind him. But as they ran through the temple doorway, they vanished.
And the knife sang in joyous fulfillment as it returned once again unto its home. And behold, the temple of Dwyer was once more sanctified by the song of the knife, and flowers bedecked the walls of the temple, and offerings of bread and fruits and golden wheat did rest upon the altar before the titanic marble statue of the goddess of fruit and grain, and of rebirth also. Althalus, still at the window in the house at the end of the world, tried to push away the lyricism of his perceptions of the temple. "It's just a building," he muttered. "It's made of stone, not poetry."
"Will you stop that, Althalus?" Dwyer's voice in his mind sounded peevish, and, oddly, it seemed to be coming from the marble statue behind the altar.
"One of us has to keep a grip on reality, Em," he replied.
"This is reality, love. Stop trying to contaminate it."
And pale Leitha, her gentle eyes brimming with tears, did cast a beseeching look to the window.
"Help me, Father,"
she cried out unto the watching Althalus.
"Help me, or I shall surely die."
"Not while I have breath, my daughter," he assured her. "Open thy mind unto me, that I may join thee in the performance of this stern task."
"Much better," Dwyer murmured with the voice of a soft spring breeze.
"You are going to insist, I take it?" Althalus forced the words out in a flat tone.
"Be guided by me in this, beloved. Better by far to be gently guided than forcibly driven."
"Methinks I did note a faintly threatening odour in thy voice, Emerald," spake Althalus. If Dwyer wanted to play, it wouldn't really cost him anything to go along with her.
"We will speak of this anon, Althalus. Now lend thy thought and all thy care unto our pale daughter. Her need for thee is great in her dreadful task. And so it was that the mind of Althalus was softly joined with the mind of his gentle and reluctant daughter, and their thoughts became as one. And the song of the knife soared joyfully. And with the joining of their thought did Althalus share his daughter's pain, and hearkened his thought back some brief span of time when pale Leitha had first encountered that emptiness which doth surround all others, but which she had not known before. And then at last understanding came to him, and he perceived the true horror of his daughter's dreadful task. "Come to me, my beloved child," he spake unto her, "and I will care for thee." And her thought that flooded over him was filled with gratitude and with love. Then bent they their entwined thought upon the hapless Comen, and the mind of Comen was awash with sound that was not sound, for behold, the mind of Comen had never known silence. Murmuring, murmuring, the thoughts of they who were beyond the temple did wash over Comen, even as the thoughts of others had sung in the vaults of his mind since first he drew breath. And then pale Leitha did approach the servant of Gehend, and warily did he bend his thought upon her, forsaking the random thought from beyond the temple walls. And sorrowing Leitha did gently close that door behind wary Comen. And startled, Comen did reach forth, seeking with his mind the sound which had been with him always. But behold, it was no longer within his grasp, and the mind of Comen shrank back from the horror of silence. Then clung he with his thought to the mind of Argan, even though he held the unfrocked priest in great despite. But pale Leitha, with tears coursing adown her cheeks, did put forth her gentle thought, and behold, the open door between Comen's thought and Argan's did also softly close. And Comen screamed, as even greater emptiness did settle around him. And he fell to the floor of the holy temple of the goddess Dwyer, and clung he in terror-stricken desperation to the thought of she who even now closed each door which had always stood open for him. And the soul of Althalus was wrenched with pity.
"I beseech thee, my beloved father,"
pale Leitha's thought cried out in anguish,
"bend not thy despair upon me for this cruelty. The cruelty is not mine, but is that of necessity."
And Althalus hardened his heart toward hapless Comen, and stood sternly by as pale Leitha did perform the final act, compelled of her by stern necessity.
"Fare thee well, my unfortunate brother,"
wept Leitha, as with gentle finality she withdrew her thought from the servant of Gehend. And behold, endless emptiness and eternal silence did descend upon the mind of hapless Comen as he lay upon the polished temple floor. And his shriek was a shriek of absolute despair, for he was alone, and had never been so before. Then curled he his limbs and body tightly, even as though he were yet unborn, and his voice fell silent, and his mind also. And Leitha cried out, wailing in horror, and Althalus, unthinking, did enfold her in his comforting thought to hold her back from the awful finality of what she had done. Now flaxen-haired Argan's incomprehension was written large upon his face, even as the mind of his companion departed forever. But from the altar came the voice of the goddess Dwyer. Sternly spake she, saying, "Thy very presence doth defile mine holy temple, Argan, servant of Gehend." And behold, that which had been cold marble was now warm flesh, and gigantic did Dwyer descend upon him who was no longer a priest. And verily was Argan confounded, and unable to move so much as one finger. Then spake the goddess further, saying, "Thou wert cast out from the priesthood, Argan, and all temples have been forbidden unto thee, because thou art unclean. Now must I cleanse this holy and sanctified house of worship of thy corruption." Then considered divine Dwyer the wretch who stood trembling before her. "Methinks this will be no great task," mused she, pursing her lips. "Thou art only as dust, apostate priest, and dust is easily removed." Then stretched she forth her rounded arm, and raised her hand, as if she lifted that which was of no moment. and behold, flaxen-haired apostate Argan was borne aloft to stand on air alone before the goddess who had judged him and found him wanting. And the servant of Gen grew as insubstantial as glittering motes of dust that still clung to the form of that which had once been the reality called Argan. "Come to the window, Behaid," Althalus suggested. "It's all yours, or maybe it is you. Emmy's dream was just a little complicated." Behaid, pale and trembling, joined Althalus at the window. "What am I supposed to do, divinity?" he asked humbly. "Just open the window, Behaid," she instructed. "The temple needs to be aired out." Behaid obediently opened the window, and then from directly behind him a great wind sprang up and howled about his shoulders to pass through the window into the temple of Dwyer, and the glittering motes of that which had been Argan were swept away in that great wind, leaving behind only the faint echoes of his despairing scream to mingle with the song of the knife. And the face of divine Dwyer was filled with satisfaction, and spake she thus, "And now is my temple once more immaculate." And the song of the knife soared in indescribable beauty as it sang its blessing upon the holy place.